audits, and the Community Scheme Ombud Service CSOS improved to an unqualified opinion. The portfolio continues to face systematic operational challenges. However, the portfolio's irregular expenditure climbed to 98 million, primarily driven by the NHFC with 81.4 million, which also faces an unresolved 829 million backlog, which is a major concern. This entity, according to that report, was also faced with governance failures due to unauthorized loan write-offs by management during a board vacancy. As such, the credibility of performance reporting was compromised. As the department, NHBRC and NHFC frequently, in some cases, failed to provide evidence for reported achievements in the conducted inspection and awarded grants. In addition, the audit revealed that 83% of 24 human settlement projects were delayed, while the NHFC was flagged for irregular loan write-offs and significant underperformance. The committee recommended at that time that the department must implement consequence management for officials who fail to maintain internal controls. The committee should be provided with quarterly progress reports on the audit action plan and vacancy fillings. Members stressed that financial compliance must result in tangible improvements for citizens, specifically through accelerated housing delivery and emergency response unit. In conclusion, honorable members, while the 2024-25 audit outcomes show a positive trend in financial compliance for some entities, this portfolio remains hampered by severe systematic inefficiencies. The contrast between improved audit opinions and the high rate of project delays, lack of evidentiary support for performance claims, and significant irregular expenditure at NHFC indicates that financial oversight has not yet translated into effective service delivery. Moving forward, the department's ability to move beyond paper compliance will depend on the rigorous enforcement of consequence management, the stabilization of leadership through filling of vacancies, and a transparent evidence-based approach to monitoring housing delivery for the benefit of the public, which this committee and the public expect. So today, you are invited here to brief the committee on far are we with implementing the recommendations by AGSA and the interventions in order to improve for the better, so that when we are audited this time, we can get even an improved opinion. Thanks very much. Let's quickly move to the next item, which is a briefing by the department. I will then give the DG an opportunity to make comments and present if he's the one who's going to present, or delegate whoever is going to present. DG, good morning.
Good morning very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and also greetings to the chairpersons and members of the boards of our entities, the executives in our department, and the CEOs of the entities and other executives. Chairperson, thank you. We welcome the opening remarks of the chair that succinctly points out the challenges besetting the sector, and that also provide us with direction in terms of the expectations of the committee as representatives of the people, from a point of view of service delivery and the need for acceleration of that and the need for translation of all our efforts, what the chair entitles paper compliance, to translate in actual service delivery and the lived experience of citizens. We can confirm, Chair, that we are daily seized with this issue of getting to translate our efforts into tangible service delivery. And it is the Honorable the Minister that continuously directs us in ways and means in which we can improve the system itself and the delivery mechanics to ensure that that translation becomes a reality, not on a hit and a run basis, but on a consistent basis, and that we can learn from those experiences of what works and to replicate that across provinces as well as in the sector as a whole, and to also begin to have learning forums from a point of view of taking best practice right across and also benchmarking, since the grants are our biggest driver for delivery, that we benchmark other grants in other departments and how they have managed to ensure impact on the ground. So we are presenting, as we are required by the committee, to quarterly brief the committee on our processes relative to implementation of the audit action plans and the commitments the minister have made to the AG. This is a matter we ourselves as a department are tracking on a month-to-month basis, knowing very well that some of the key commitments in that have serious codependencies on provinces, and we are reliant on provinces to do what is required in this regard, and to then strengthen our own coordination efforts to ensure that the provinces deliver on what they are supposed to. In accordance, you would then see, Chair, that the easier part, which you entitle paper compliance, that parts are more easier. They are in our purview, and we are able to drive those quite easily. And those in areas like informal settlements and in areas that which require provinces to do the heavy lifting, you would see that we are still lagging behind. We are pushing. We can indicate that what we give you is what was verified already. But as the chair would know, we have new reported information and new reported numbers, which we are still undergoing verification. But those important numbers see a significant jump since the last interaction of the technical MINMAC with the HODs, to see to it that these matters are indeed addressed. And we have also had forums dedicated specifically at trying to troubleshoot the areas we had picked up as senior management of the department that provinces were lagging behind, and for which we have interdependencies on them to be able to actually improve on the audit outcomes and to report better on the audit action plan and to show those improvements in the system. Chair, I would without much ado request that the CFO, our CFO, Ms. Lucy Bele, to take the committee through the presentation, and thereafter to ask that DDG Dumalisile also highlight the areas of the latest information and for which we are still to do the verifications as provinces have reported. I will, with your indulgence, Chair, hand over to the CFO of the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. CFO.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, chairpersons of the board, DG and colleagues, good morning. I will be taking the committee through the National Department's Audit Action Plan and the progress that we have made since we received the report from the AG and the management report. The next slide, chairperson and members. As the National Department, the total findings that we had received for the audit was 21. and on the progress that we've made in addressing the findings, we are using the percentages. Chair and members, it's safe to say that what we are presenting here today has been verified by the internal audit. It was agreed and through the instruction of the DG that on a quarterly basis, the internal audit should do a verification so that when we are saying 100% is backed by what internal audit would have audited and agreed, so that we are able to also report at our audit committee on a quarterly basis. And these findings is the findings for the entire department. It's just that the custodian of the audit action plan resides with the branch CFO. However, all the items that were raised by the AG, we have the relevant DDGs have responded, and they have also discussed with the internal audit and agreed on the findings. And this as well will be presented at the audit committee meeting. Next slide. Out of 21, we've got 5 that are sitting under 100 that we have addressed them fully. Can you go to the next slide? Let me run through it quickly, Kosi. The previous slide. The previous one. Yes. Then 86 out of the 21 is sitting at 80%. 4 is sitting at 60. 2, 40, and then 3 are sitting at 20%, and there's only 1 that is sitting at 0, but I'll go into details. Next slide. Now, the following slide, Chair, I'm going to be quickly. We are sitting at finance and supply chain. So these ones that I'll be presenting, Chairperson, are what AG has raised on the findings that were on the finance and supply chain. Number 1 was the procurement by other means not reported within 14 days on the finalization of the procurement. This one, Chairperson, when AG was auditing, they found out that there were certain procurement that were not reported to National Treasury. However, even that one was done, and then when the internal audit looked at what transpires this year to ensure that we are addressing this matter, there was one issue that AG has recommended that we need to come up with a checklist. And as a department, we have developed a checklist. And then the reason why we are sitting at 80%, Chairperson, is because we are still processing until the 31st of March. So this one is a moving target. And then the final outcome will be done. But however, all the issues that were raised by the Auditor General, we have started reporting, and we have also developed an action list so that we are able to track what we are reporting. But the reason we are at 80% is because the final outcome will be determined when we look from the 1st of April until the 31st of March, all the procurement by other means that will be reporting from National Treasury. And this one for the year under review, we will be submitting to the Auditor General. The second one as well is a report, is the same as the first one, but this one was looking at the reports that we're supposed to submit to National Treasury as well for the disasters, and this one as well, it was checked by the internal audit, and this one is sitting at 100%. And the evaluation, Chairperson, as well, it was checked by internal audit as well, and this one, it was found out that the checklist has been done, and the internal audit has agreed that we have addressed this one fully. Thus, hence we are sitting at 100%. The next slide. The next slide, we are still under finance and supply chain. There was a non-compliance with the procurement and regulation that AG said we need to develop a report that aligns with the codes and the specific goal and the pricing. And then this one, Chair, when the internal audit came to look at whether we have done what AG said we must do, this one is sitting at 100% because internal they've looked and then we have implemented what the Auditor General said we must do. The RFQ report and the checklist has been developed. Internal audits, they have satisfied themselves. The next one under supply chain was the allocation of work. Chairperson, this one we are sitting on 80%. The only 20% here is the finalization of the standard operating procedure. When AG was reporting on the audit of the emergency on the TRUs, it was found out that what we are missing, that we need to conclude between supply chain and the emergency, is the standard operating procedure, which is constitute only the 20%. However, all the other issues that were highlighted by the Auditor General, they were addressed. We are still on the conclusion of the standard operating procedure that is still sitting as draft. And then, Chairperson, on the accrual, when AG was auditing, they found out that there were items that were not in the accrual list. And when internal audit looked at it, they agreed with us that we have addressed all the issues that were raised by the Auditor General 100%. But Chair, it's safe to say that when we submit the financials as well to Auditor General by the 31st of March, we will be submitting the accrual list, and then we are safe to say that we'll ensure that even this one, there is no material finding when we submit to the Auditor General. Next slide. Chair, the only issue under finance and supply chain that is sitting at zero is the irregular expenditure under assessment. There were only two irregular expenditure, Chairperson, that were highlighted, that were sitting under assessment. And these two irregular expenditures have been there, and AG says that we are not moving. This, we were requested by the AG that we need to submit to them the reasons why there is no movement. So there are two. One is the one that relates to the SETA. Chairperson, this irregular expenditure that is under assessment, we have not paid. So that's why it's still sitting under assessment. We have not really paid, hence we cannot recognize the irregular expenditure because there's no payment. We had a meeting with SETA, and then we agreed that we need to sit down with SETA and agree on the way forward, because from our side we are saying that we are not going to pay, so hence we have not recognized the irregular expenditure. However, SETA, they've agreed that we need to sit down and come up with a common understanding. The second one is the one for the court. We are still waiting for the outcome of the court, hence it's still sitting under assessment. But by the time that the court case, the labor court, has finalized, that's when we can move. Hence we are reflecting a zero there. So we have not moved because we are waiting for the outcome of the court case, and the other one we are still waiting for the discussions between ourselves and SETA so that we can pay. But before the payment is made, we cannot put it as irregular expenditure. I don't know what happened, Kosi, but I will move, taking that we have submitted this. The next one is I've dealt with the supply chain. I'm gonna deal with the human resource. On the human resource, Chairperson, is the macro structure. And we have really moved on this one, Chairperson. Hence, we are sitting on 80%. The consultation have been made. Minister has made inputs. The organized labor has been taken. They've looked at the structure. They've agreed. So we are left only with the finalization and submitting it to the DPSA. Hence, we are sitting at 80%. And then at 60%, we are sure that by the time we close the 31st of March, we would have moved. But there's a lot of inroads that have happened since the audit. The last one, Chairperson, is the audit of performance information. This one is the one that is reflecting a 20. Now, Chair, on the performance information, can you go to, I'm on slide 5, Kosi? On slide 5 now is the performance information. On the performance information, where is it? Yes. Now, on the performance information, we had material findings that were found by the Auditor General. One was the reblocking. Two was the informal settlements under assessments. The reason why we are sitting, and the DDG will elaborate further, the reason why we are sitting on 20% is because the target has changed now. Now the target on our APP is no longer the informal settlements assessed and the reblocking. Now the targets that we have put in on our APP, because it's performance information, it's linked to our APP. The target now is talking to the support that we are providing to the provinces and the metros, so that we are moving towards the phase 3 on the informal settlements. So when the internal audit looked at this, they did say that it's really kind of difficult to look at the assessment and the reblocking because the target has changed. And on number 11 was the affordable housing misstatement share. This one we are sitting at 100% because the misstatement was actually rectified during the audit. Now I'm moving to governance issues. This one, Chairperson, there was an issue that was raised on the audit committee that was not appointed, but Chair, the audit committee has been appointed for the national department, and then it is operational, and the charter has been presented because there were two items. It was the audit committee appointment and the charter. The charter has been reviewed and presented at the EMT, and it's just waiting for approval. Next slide. Under governance, it was the meetings. Chairperson, this one, the terms of reference for all the meetings, the governance meetings, have been presented at the EMT. We have looked at the terms of reference. The terms of reference have been revised, hence we are sitting at 80%. The internal audit has looked at it and they have satisfied themselves. We are just waiting for them to be signed off. All the committee meetings, the terms of reference have been revised, and then hence we are sitting at 80%. Now, under emergency housing, there were findings that were raised by the Auditor General regarding the TRUs on the duplication of the ID numbers and the numbers that are not appearing on the Home Affairs, and the TRUs that have been issued to the deceased beneficiaries. Chair, we have added another layer of verifications from our side. The verification that we are doing now is, once the TRU has been built, the inspectors, because we will receive the invoice from the service provider telling us where the TRUs are and who are the occupants and the copy of the IDs. So what we are doing, we have introduced the two layer of the verification. The inspectors will go on the ground as well, that they will go and verify the ID numbers and the occupants and the TRUs. Once they are done, there will be an independent team from the CFO branch that will go as well on the ground, because we are expected to keep the asset register for all the TRUs. That team will go and take even photos of where the house is at, then the photo of the beneficiary that is occupying the TRU with the ID, so that we ensure that we have, and then we'll come back and capture. So this is the additional layer that we have kept. However, because this will be done until the 31st of March, hence we are sitting on 60%. But the internal audit has looked at this extra layer of internal control that we have done, and they have as well that satisfied themselves, because we have got the asset register and the copies in the files of the invoices that we are paying. We have got additional invoices of the people and the GPS coordinates that are supporting the invoices before we, so all these things we are doing them before we can pay the invoices. Next. Now the next one, Chairperson, is the IT findings. From here until the end, this is the IT findings that were raised. The first one, Chair, is the inadequate control on the HSS online related to the lack of the enforcement on the SITA and the bus on the reconciliation, because on the bus and the HSS. This one, when the internal audit looked at it, Chairperson, they're saying we are still sitting on the 40%. There is a new chief director, the CIO, that has been appointed by the department that is looking at all these issues. The second one as well, Chairperson, on the PERSAL, on the integration between the HR manage and the PERSAL chair. We have now moved from the HR manage. The whole system now, we have moved, the LIP system has moved into the SmartGov. So hence we are sitting at 80%. And the other one, Chairperson, is the system design limitation in the HSS impacting monitoring, verification, and document control. This one, Chair, this is the one that when we move into the entire new system, all the issues that have been raised by the AG will be addressed when we go into the digitization. Next slide. Even this one, Chairperson, this one is the outdated antivirus versions. The upgrade and the standardize on the antivirus rollout, Chair, is en route. We are busy with this one. Is where the new CIO is busy addressing all these issues. We are certain that by Chairperson, by the 31st of March or going forward, before we submit the AFS, these issues would have been dealt with. So all the IT related, Chair, we are working on them. This one is sitting at 80%. We can see that the governance policy as well has been reviewed, and then the final draft has been endorsed by EMT and then is on en route for approval. So, Chairperson and members, this is the status of our audit action plan, whereby only 3 are sitting on the 20%. However, that 20%, Chair, as I sum up, is because on the performance information. However, all the issues, we are sitting between 40 and 100% on the audit action plan. So this is my submission, Chairperson. I thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Yes, continue, DDG.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, the honorable members, the DG, the chairpersons of the council, CEOs, and colleagues. Chair, it's just few issues under performance information, which is your item 9, 10, 14, and 15. The CFO did give clarity on those issues. However, the internal audit has agreed that much as they are no longer part of the APP, they will still have to test and confirm so that these are closed properly. So what has actually been put there as remedial action has now been finalized. So that once they are tested, then they are likely to move to 100 Chairperson, especially on the side of the record keeping, because that has been done, as well as the approval of the reporting format. On item 10, Chairperson, it's still the issue of the record keeping, even if we're no longer doing the same indicator, but they would want to make sure that even with the ones that we're implementing, there is proper record keeping on those ones. Chair, when it comes to emergency housing, which is the finding number 14, members will see there that we had 3 remedial actions, and we are only left with one, which the CFO has clarified, which is the second layer of the verification that is being conducted. But when it comes to number 2 and number 3, which is explore partnership with social development, as well as the Department of Home Affairs, those ones, they fell by the wayside, Chairperson. We're no longer proceeding with them. Reasons being that, one, with social development, we thought we would be able to access their system and be able to verify the authenticity of the owners of the IDs, especially in informal settlements. But it became apparent during the engagements with social development that not everyone who resides in informal settlements is a beneficiary of the social grants. When it comes to Home Affairs, Chair, we do not have access to their system to verify the authenticity of the IDs or the ownership of the ID documents. The DG has been having engagements with the DG Home Affairs to see if they can give us access just only to be able to screen. So that matter is ongoing, Chairperson. So those are the 2 issues that have not actually been properly addressed, but the rest have been addressed, Chairperson. Thank you so much. Once they are tested by internal audit, then they will also be different from what has just been presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO and DDG. DG, are you fine? Okay. With this, CFO,
I am fine, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can we smell clean audit?
Chairperson, we are knocking very hard at that door. And we are even prepared to kick it if it does not open, Chair.
Okay, let's hope so. Honorable members, you will note your comments and questions, and then at the right time, we'll be able to deal with them. Let me call on NHFC chairperson. You can make your remarks and present, or delegate somebody to present. We're in your hands.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the Director General of the Department, the DDGs, fellow chairpersons, and also senior executive of different entities. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity that you've accosted us to present the audit action plans and the actions thereto. I am joined, Chair, by the Deputy Chair of the Board, the Chair of ARC, the Acting CFO, as well as the General Manager Finance. The Chair of ARC, together with the GM Finance, will do the substantive presentation, save for two quick comments from myself, Chair, as a board, that when the board came into the helm of the organization, with the chronic problems that were there, which have been highlighted also in your opening remarks, the disappointing performance, the issue of non-compliance, the write-offs, and many more. The board adopted a 10 by 10 turnaround plan or turnaround strategy, which by and large also at the heart of it is to try and make sure that there is prudential implementation of the public finance policy and prescripts, but also move towards clean audit and also what is called do good by the AG, that it's not only the numbers that must reflect that there are no adverse findings, but we must also make sure that we make the necessary impact in terms of our interventions. Also, Chair, we are beginning to see the implementation of the 10 by 10. For an example, the Chair made an observation on the huge write-offs which we inherited as a board. What we have done in practical terms, Chair, we have separated collections from credit, because we thought that if there is the old arrangement where lending, credit, and collections are done by the same people, this is what in fact results in the misuse and or abuse of the system, where the very same people who get the deals or the applications adjudicate them through credit process, and when they don't perform, they are the one who makes that determination whether they must be retired and or written off. We thought that also through practical experience that must be separated. We are glad, Chair, to say that that has happened, and we are hopeful that these write-offs, in fact, will be the thing of the past. We are not saying the write-offs, Chair, are not inherent in any lending institution, because any lending institution must have some write-offs, because it means you would be able to take a measured risk. So the bigger issue, Chair, here that we are dealing with, or the mischief that we are trying to cure, is these uncontrollable numbers that we have done structurally. The other aspect, of course, Chair, is our aggressive recruitment of senior executives. Chair and honorable members would have noticed that in the last week's news papers, as well as the government portal, there's a 4 senior executive positions that have been advertised. In the coming week as well, there is also going to be more senior executive positions. We thought that in the past, the lack of permanent appointments was an albatross around the neck of the organization, hence the bad performance. So we are grateful, Chair, to say that working with the department under the leadership of the DG, all necessary approvals have been granted to us and some are underway to stabilize the human capital profile in the organization. So we are confident, Chair, that as we complete interim chief financial officer, we will appoint a new chief financial officer together with all other senior executives as a way of stabilizing the organization more. On that note, Chair, may I ask for your indulgence and the honorable members that I hand over to Ms. Hlengiwe Khumalo, who's the chair of the audit and risk, to lead this presentation together with the chief financial officer. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Hlengiwe Khumalo, and I am the Chairperson for Audit and Risk, NHFC. Chairperson, the person that will be leading the presentation is the Head of Finance, the General Manager for Finance, who will take us through the presentation. But before she comes on board, through your permission, Chairperson, I just wanted to say a bit, to add on what the Chair said, with regards to the issue of the write-offs, that I just need to mention, Honorable Chair members, the fact that the write-offs that we dealt with and that were indicated by the Honorable Chairperson from his opening remarks, about the issue of the write-offs at NHFC, that particular transaction was more of a process issue, in the sense that when NHFC submitted the financials at the end of May to the Auditor General, you would recall, Honorable Chair, that there was no board, and the financials would have been ordinarily approved by the board to be submitted to Auditor General. However, they were submitted to the department, and in those financials was the matter of the write-offs. And these write-offs were not just from this year. They are from a number of years, Chair. You would be aware that there are tests that were done to determine whether they were then good for to be written off, and we were satisfied by as this board with the process that had been followed by management to say that these amounts were not recoverable. It's a bit of a catch-22 situation, in the sense that had we left them and not proceeded with the write-off, Chair, then we would have had a different finding by the Auditor General to say that we have debtors that are irrecoverable, but that are still sitting in our books. So we had to make a call in terms of what it is that we needed to do. However, we are monitoring the matters closely and making sure that the necessary policies that will assist us going forward I have been looked at and have been reviewed by this current board, and we will be monitoring those very closely, Chair, going forward. So with your permission, Honorable Chair, if I can then hand over to the General Manager for Finance, Ms. Viola, who will take us through the presentation on the status and progress with regards to the Audit Corrective Action Plan. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, honorable DG, chairs of the boards and colleagues. I'll be taking you through the presentation, indicating the progress that the NHFC has made in terms of the audit action plans. The audit opinion from the 24-25 financial year from the Auditor General was an unqualified opinion with material findings on compliance. And the table on the left reflects the final results, which indicated the material findings on the annual financial statements. They have also picked up material findings on the annual performance report and material findings on the compliance with legislation. And maybe members, just to indicate that the material findings on the financial statements and on the annual performance report were relating to the First Home Finance Division, as we are aware that the division and the demand for the subsidy grant has increased significantly, and our systems cannot handle that, and we are still using manual reporting, we're still using Excel, and that is prone to errors. So those were the findings that we received on the financial statements and annual performance report. And I just want to indicate that all efforts are being put in place to ensure that there is an improvement in the 25-26 financial year audit. And maybe to indicate that even though we still had these findings, the AG did indicate that there was some improvement in our audit. However, it was not to a point where the position has changed, but we did work hard. We are working hard still to ensure that we improve the audit this year. Looking at the number of findings, at the moment, what is resolved is 30% of the findings. So we had a total findings of 37 findings across the entity, and 30% of it is resolved. 57% of it is in progress, and 8% of it is not yet due, and 5% is unresolved. And members might be uncomfortable with the fact that a majority of the steps are still in progress. Just to comfort the members that the status of in progress does not mean that actions are not being taken. There are actions being taken and we are implementing the recommendations. However, some of the actions are ongoing and we need to keep track of it until we submit at the end of May. So we keep them as in progress to ensure that we do not miss them at the end of May when we submit. And the not yet due ones are relating to the actual preparation of the AFS, which is still to happen as we are still concluding the financial year. Then the unresolved ones, which is 2 in the ICT, it's relating to the ERP, implementation of the ERP system, which was put on hold by the board until the investigation of the ERP RFI is concluded. So that will not be resolved by the time we submit for the audit. But I can assure members that everything under in progress will be resolved by the time we submit on the 31st of May. This slide is just separating. I'll not go into detail with this one. It's just showing which ones are relating to finance, which ones are relating to SCM, First Home Finance, ICT, other. And we have also been monitoring our investee companies audit as they have resulted in delays in the previous years. I'll move on to the audit of the annual financial statements, the audit action plans there. So as I have mentioned that the findings that we received on the annual financial statements were relating to First Home Finance. So the first finding, material finding that we received was the fact that we did not recognize the funds that are sitting with our partners. So what is happening is that we do have MOUs with certain partners whereby we disperse in bulk, and so as of the 1 March, the partners will still have some funds in their bank accounts that have not been dispersed as yet. And that we were supposed to recognize that in our financial statements as it is still the NHFC's money. And the audit action plan there was that we needed to have standard operating procedures and communicate it to our partners, our banks, and other First Home Finance partners in the non-mortgage area, whereby we needed to implement quarterly procedures so that we get recons of what they have, what we have dispersed, what they have received, and what they have received and what they have dispersed to the benefit of the beneficiaries, so that we see how much is left in the account. And that process is happening. We have received recons, but however, it will be completely concluded on the 10th of April, because we have to get the final recon as of March 2026. We did receive recons up to February, whereby we are seeing how much is being dispersed to the beneficiaries, and how much they still have in the account. However, we have to just finalize that. That's why we're putting it under in progress to ensure that we still have the final recon as of March that we will confirm, and we'll use that balance to recognize in our financial statements. Another material finding on the financial statement was in terms of the disclosure note, where we reported committed funds for First Home Finance. Committed funds for First Home Finance is the amounts that have been approved for the subsidy but have not been paid yet. And that the action plan there was to ensure that we do verifications of that listing, because you will find that there is still listings from names of subsidies that were approved in 2019, 2020, all subsidies that have not been taken up. So what we need to do there is a verification, just to ensure and find out what is happening, why was it not taken up. And however, even though it is still committed, because according to the First Home Finance policy, the subsidy will remain approved to the individual. It is committed. However, we need to verify and assess what has happened so that we understand how much we've got as a committed fund. That process of verification is at the old ones is at 20% complete. And the reason is at 20% complete at the moment is that we were still verifying the current year performance reports, which were findings in the annual performance report. So once we finalize the current year, which is final, it's on the next slide, then we'll be going back and concentrating on verifying the old subsidies. So the old subsidies, we are still on 20%, but we are confident that by the 31st of May, when we submit, we would have finished the verification. We have target dates there of 15 May, and to ensure that we do have final list of committed funds before we submit to the AG. And as I've already mentioned previously, that in terms of the other financial statements findings, they were not material. However, we are formulating an annual financial statement review committee, which is another layer of governance that will be assist us in reviewing the financials to ensure that there is no errors that might happen. So that is 0% complete at the moment because we have not prepared the financials. However, all the preparations relating to ensuring that we complete the financials early are underway. We have appointed a service provider to assist us with GRAP 104, which is a new implementation in terms of our financials, and the service provider is going to be working on that. And by the time we submit on the 31st of May, we should be ready. All preparations are underway in terms of the preparation of the financial statements, and we are aiming for early completion so that there is sufficient time to review. This is not really a finding, but it is some of the delays that we've received in the past audit, delays relating to the audits of the investee companies, whereby the investee companies audit are delayed and in turn delaying the finalization of the NHFC audit. With that, it's a continuous process. We are meeting with the investee companies, CFOs, and auditors to ensure that there is alignment. And even the meetings include the Auditor General. So the Auditor General and the auditors of the investee companies have regular meetings in terms of to ensure that we are aligned in terms of the timelines and expectations that the AG will require from the auditors of the investee companies. So that is ongoing until their audits are signed off. So even after the submission of our financial statements, we will continue with this process to ensure there is no delay. Moving on to the audit of the annual performance plan. So this is also what I've mentioned that is relating to the First Home Finance division. The First Home Finance Division, the audit finding there was that the AG could not support the achievement for value of disbursements and number of subsidies disbursed. What we have done there is that even though we are still using manual spreadsheets, we've been reviewing the manual spreadsheet, and we are at 80% complete in terms of that, because we have to also finalize and review the March final numbers. And that will be completed by the first week of April, and then we'll be giving it to the internal auditors to review. So the target date there is the 10th of April, which is the first week of April, after we finalize also the March numbers. And there have been a lot of work in terms of cleaning up the spreadsheets to ensure that there's no double recordings that we've seen last year. And with that, we're also going to be relying on the internal auditors to give us assurance that they have reviewed the spreadsheets and there is no double recordings. That is to be completed by the first week of April. However, looking at also including all the other verifications of the committed funds, that will be completed by 15 May before we submit the AFS. What we have also indicated was that as a short-term measurement to avoid manual interventions, we have been busy with enhancing the First Home Finance system, the CRM system. That is complete. It's actually at 99% complete. We have tested how the system works in terms of giving us reports for value of disbursements and value of approvals. However, because we only finished now, the implementation or the reports from the system will only be starting from 1st of April when we start the new financial year. So for the 25-26 financial year results, we're still relying on the manual Excel worksheets, which we are reviewing, and we are satisfied at this moment that we will get a clean audit with it. Audit of compliance with supply chain management. So on supply chain management, we received findings on expenditure management, which was relating to the deviations that were not justifiable, and also on procurement and contract management. And what we have done there was to start by ensuring that our SCM policy is clear and address all the issues that we picked up from the audit in the policy. We have revised the SCM policy and it has been approved, and that will ensure that all the interpretations or the provisions that were not clear are clear enough to avoid future findings. And we have also been given restrictions in terms of the deviations to ensure that, and also creating awareness to the entity. We've done pop-ups so that everyone is aware of what constitutes a deviation, so that we avoid services that are not going through the normal procurement process. We have also taken upon ourselves to do a self-review of our procurement and contract management, the past procurement and contract management within the year that will be audited, and so that we ensure that all the procurements that have been done were done according to the SCM prescripts. And if there are issues, we flag the issues now. We record them as irregular expenditure if need be. And there have been some that we've picked up that we have submitted for determination test, possible irregular expenditures. However, we are doing that to ensure that by the time the Auditor General starts the audit, we have picked up if there are any issues, so that it's not the AG picking them up. So we are also ensuring that our contract files, registers are up to date and cleaned up and complete, because we find that in the previous years, our contract registers were not complete and up to date. So we have done that. We are already at 98% complete. We are just going to review it for the final time now for the end of 31 March 2026. Other identified items by the Auditor General, they identified a material irregularity at the Abahlali Housing Association, whereby the AG could not audit because of insufficient recording and information. And we have placed that entity under liquidation. And there are various steps that we are undertaking. We've been communicating with the province and the municipality to ensure that we finalize all the steps that we are doing, we are implementing. This was a social housing and which is legally occupied now. So we are having those discussions in terms of verifying who are in the households, and also talking about how we can transfer some of those to BNG, and negotiating on the outstanding municipal rates. So there are discussions that are happening, and however, the liquidator eventually, at the end of all the steps that we have taken, there might be some possible evictions, but that process takes time, and it will only be ended. The target date is to end it by 31 December 2026. In conclusion, Chair and members, we just want to confirm and give comfort that all year-end preparations are in progress, so that we do complete preparation of the AFS on time for sufficient review. And also we are ensuring that First Home Finance Division is receiving support from the organization. All efforts are into ensuring that all their records, the verification, the Excel sheets that they are using, we are all reviewing and making sure that by the time we submit for Auditor General, we do not get the repeat findings. We are confident that we will not get the repeat findings. We are aiming for a clean audit. And as I've already mentioned, that we are doing an internal review of our procurement transactions, which is already at, we are about to complete now at 31 March 2026. So just to say, Chair, that we are on the right track to get a clean audit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, are you fine? Okay, thank you. Let's get to the next presentation by Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority, PPRA. Chairperson. Chairperson of PPRA.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right.
Chairperson of PPRA. It's not on the platform.
Who is sharing the screen now?
Okay, good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson,
Yes, yes,
am I audible?
yes.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
It's
I've been battling to unmute. Apologies. Okay,
we're in your
Honorable.
hands.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, the DG and the DDGs, the HODs and CEOs of entities, and the board chairpersons, my colleagues. Okay. I'm just trying to open this. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson. I'll just give an input and hand over to the CEO and the CFO.
Sorry, Chairperson, can Viola stop sharing so that we can see? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Chairperson, we are pleased today to report on meaningful progress on the implementation of our audit action plan. During this period, we convened targeted workshops with the National Treasury and the Auditor General of South Africa, which have strengthened our alignment on compliance, controls, and reporting standards. Furthermore, the recent appointment of the Chief Financial Officer has brought much needed stability and strategic direction to our financial environment. This has already translated into tangible results, including the successful clearing of prior year findings and improved financial oversight. We remain committed to sustaining this momentum and ensuring full implementation of all corrective actions. We're going to present, Chairperson, a dashboard which will highlight all the improvements, and we have identified 6 shortcomings with a clear program and undertaking to have them cleared by the 31st of March. I'll hand over now to the CEO, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CEO.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Portfolio Committee members, Chairpersons of Board present here today, the DG, my counterparts, and executives of the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you, Chair. I think the Chair has set the scene in alluding that this year we had to do things differently, and we have not been clearing our audit findings in silo. We have been liaising with the Office of the National Treasury as well as AGSA. We have since appointed internal auditors, Chairperson. So really it has been just to ensure that there is combined assurance. Through you, Chair, if I can just ask the CFO to flight the presentation. I will take the committee and the Chair through the first section of the presentation, and then the CFO will then deal with the details of where we are with our audit findings, Chairperson. We'll go to the section of the audit outcomes of the 2024-2025 Chairperson and committee members. The members will recall that for the audit outcomes under the PPRA, for the 2024-2025 year, Chairperson, the entity had received yet another qualified audit opinion. However, under AOPO, we were unqualified, and this is the first year that the Auditor General was auditing us. And this speaks to obviously service delivery and also the execution of our mandate, Chairperson. So this is one area that in the last financial year we were able to get right. But the areas where there was still improvement required was the area around consequence management, where AG was of the view that there was no consequence management within the organization. But I wanted to give comfort to this forum, Chair, that we have been instigating consequence management, especially around the area of irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And where we are sitting today, Chairperson, there has been no new fruitless expenditure incurred in the current financial year. So that is improvement on our side, Chairperson. And then another issue that we're grappling with was the issue around contract management. But really, with the appointment of the CFO, we have made strides in that regard. If you can move to the next slide, please. And then, Chair and members, the other for the other subsidiaries, Fidelity Fund, Property Practitioners Fidelity Fund, as well as the Property Practitioners Transformation Fund, Chair, we had received unqualified audit opinions in the last 3 consecutive years with material findings, Chair. But with the work that we have done thus far, Chair, we should be able to get clean audits in these 2 subsidiaries, Chair, because we have improved our internal controls and ensure that we are complying with the legislations because we are a creature of statute as the PPRA, Chair. If we can move to the next slide, CFO. And then, Chair and members, here I did speak of contract management as also on findings on procurement. And another area where we were grappling with was just material non-compliance with legislation once again for the prior years, Chairperson. But again, this process, we had to ensure that we take everything that we have done through the internal auditors, and where we're sitting today, there has been no deviations detected or irregular deviations rather in the current financial year, Chair. And also, and then the other areas that are green, we are going to, will continue being green, Chair. And then the ones where we had findings, we'll make sure that we are on our path to make sure that they move to the green as well. And then, Chair, the chairperson of the board did allude to the fact that we do have, of all the findings the last financial year, we still have 6 outstanding findings, Chair. But I just wanted to give comfort, Chair, that the 6 audit findings that are remaining, they have been attended to, and we should be at 100% of our audit action implementation plan by the 31st of March. We are just awaiting assurance from the internal auditors to align with us on the work that we have done to make sure that these findings are resolved. But currently, there are 0 unresolved findings, Chairperson and members. We only have the 6 that are in progress that will be cleared on the 31st of March 2026. And Chair, the findings that we will be taking the committee through today will be the ones that resulted in a qualification of the PPRA, and the CFO will talk to what we have done to ensure that we are in a better position come the end of the financial year, Chair. And I just also wanted to say before I hand over to the CFO, Chair, that we did have an interim audit, Chairperson, as of the September 2025. AG has been with us, and with the request for information that they have submitted thus far, Chair, there has been no material findings, and as well as our financials that we submitted to the internal auditors, they did not pick up any material findings. So, Chair, I think it's safe to say that with where we're sitting today, really we are in a better position than where we were this time last year. And obviously with the appointment of Mr. Jacob Tamaha, really spearheading the finance department, Chair, has really put us in a comfortable position. But there is still work that we are going to do between now and the end of the financial year. And of course, the 2 months prior, post that, Chairperson, so that when AG does come on the 1st of June, we are able to respond to their findings in a favorable manner, and hopefully we will also then minimize any areas of coughs that the AG will bring. But Chair, if I may just hand over to the Chief Financial Officer, Chair, and then he'll take us into the details of the 6 areas where we still are awaiting assurance from internal auditors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CE. Good day, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, sister entities members, DHS, honorable members. My name is Jacob Tamaha. I think I'm audible. I'll be taking through the residual 6 audit findings that my CEO has already alluded to that are still in progress to date. And there's remedial actions to address them to be 100% by this month and Chairperson. Then Chairperson, the first finding was pertaining to the supply chain. It was procurement and contract management. We were lacking in terms of the contract register that needed to be monitored on a monthly basis. We lacked also to instigate the performance monitoring tools to ensure that poor performance is mitigated and avoid potential variation orders and deviation orders in terms of the contract management. So, Chairperson, as at to date, the internal auditors did scrutinize our contract management. They didn't find any findings to date. However, Chairperson, we didn't remove this on the audit action plan. Because their scoping was from the 1st of April until December, so they still need to test the last quarter just to give comfort to the relevant structures together with the audit committee and the board. Aligned to also all the reports are being presented to the CEO prior being submitted to the relevant structures, Chairperson. So the first finding is on track, Chairperson, although it's still sitting as in progress, but it has been addressed. We are just awaiting for the internal auditors to extrapolate their testing and cover the last quarter of the fiscal year to ensure that contract management, when we submit to the AG, we don't have any recurring audit queries. Then the second one, Chairperson, pertains to the consequence management. I think the CEO already touched on it. There is a loss control committee, Chairperson, that has been appointed by our CEO. We did comprehensively the determination tests and assessment tests on all irregular expenditure. Our irregular expenditure, Chairperson, is dating back to 2018. So there was a need that we go and check precisely the portfolio of evidence, and we do appropriate determination and assessment tests that are aligned to the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure frameworks. Chairperson, what we are reporting today in terms of the consequence management, there is being a consequence management from the probity review that was undertaken by a independent probity reviewer, of which the CEO already instigated disciplinary processes in that to avoid perpetuating the irregular expenditure. To date, Chairperson, also alluding to the CEO's utterance that there's no new fruitless, there's no new irregular expenditure. So we are dealing with the historical irregular expenditure. To date, Chairperson, we were at about 76 million. They are all historical, but we have dealt with them, Chairperson. In this month, maybe year to date, we will definitely submit to the FinCom. We have already submitted to the CE, but are just waiting for the CEO's approval. Then we can submit to the relevant authority in terms of condonation processes. Chairperson, the loss control committee on this finding covered approximately 70% of all the historical irregular expenditures. Chairperson, then the historical fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it amount to about 3.5 million. Also, Chairperson, is covered holistically in terms of the determination and assessment tests, of which the CEO will have oversight prior to being sent to the FinCom, the board, and the relevant authority for condonation. Just to highlight, Chairperson, there were a lot of evergreen contracts that were entered previously from 2018 that they were month to month, but as already mentioned on the platform by the CE, there's no new irregular or fruitless for the fiscal period under review. Chairperson, moving swiftly, COF number 3 and 4, Chairperson, are interlinked. They talk to the qualification area. I think the CE already touched on it that the PPRA has been qualified for the 3 consecutive financial year. Chairperson, there's been a lot of work that has transpired since I've joined, and I accelerated the methodology also coming from the CEO. Just to cover cough number 3 and 4 as it pertains to the receivables. Chairperson, the SAP system, we managed to engage the SAP consultants, of which we managed to segment our age analysis per different revenue streams: the FFCs, the penalties, the fines, the examination, and the CPD. So prospectively, our age analysis, Chairperson, is automated. It was one of the deliverables that we managed to achieve. I think what is of critical importance, Chairperson, to mention on this platform is the opening balance receivable methodology that has been developed, Chairperson, through the Office of the CEO. It was also presented to the FinCom and the board during the audit readiness plan that was compiled and reviewed by the CEO. Chairperson, this is the similar methodology that was presented to the Office of the Accountants General, the AG, but I'm touching based on cough number 3 and 4 as they are interlinked. This is where the qualification, Chairperson, it sits. So I just want to give context, Chairperson, that maybe from the AG's point of view, our FFC's renewals, there was an element of incompleteness, and also we issued FFC previously without having a complete, valid application forms in terms of our Act Section 47, of which it was also a non-compliance that also pervasively affected our revenue and our receivables. And also, Chairperson, there were some FFCs dating back from 2022 that were still sitting in our age analysis, and we find that the property practitioner is not coming back or renewing their FFCs and stuff. So there was a proper analysis. So this methodology, Chairperson, on a high level, is comprehensive, and although it's of a manual intervention. So each account on the age analysis has been investigated comprehensively, checking the penalties, the CPD prior to the FFC being issued or being endorsed. So it was a comprehensive methodology, Chairperson, that has been presented. The stats as at 31st of December, you can see that there were credit notes that were identified to being correctly being sent to the sender income. We have adjusted them. There were about 900 FFC renewal from the period of April to June, also April to September. Penalties were correctly calculated, about 20,000 accounts. We ensure that there's accuracy of the penalties for late renewals, and also about approximately 500 accounts that FFC were issued to ensure that there's a complete application form, and also we have received the fees appropriately, Chairperson. So the deferred income as well, Chairperson, as our FFC, they are valid for the period of 3 years. So the 2 years period subsequent, they need to be deferred. It has been accounted appropriately and accurately so. And we are in compliance, Chairperson, with GRAP 108. 108 being the statutory receivables or debtors standard. Chairperson, indeed, I heard our sister entity mention that there's a new GRAP 104 in terms of financial instruments. There is a methodology, Chairperson, that was presented through the Office of the CEO of how we computate the new our impairment or allowance for credit losses. So we have covered that, Chairperson. Also, the similar submission has been sent to the Office of the Accountants General for scrutiny and coverage. Chairperson, receivables have been maybe a nightmare if it's an appropriate word to use. So I think the CEO mentioned the combined assurance approach. We are in contact with the AG frequently, Chairperson. We are even submitted the opening balance with the restated age analysis dating back from 2022 to ensure that we are aligned with the approach and the strategy and methodology. Although, Chairperson, we are expecting a value-add report they promised by Friday, but I think they're still busy with the submission that we gave them, where we have restated our figures dating back from 2022 and our age analysis accordingly, Chairperson. Chairperson, we had audit readiness audit debriefing workshop and a subsequent workshop last week with the AG. We went comprehensively, so we took them within our revenue and receivables business cycles. Then also we deliberated on the new methodology of how we impair our debtors or receivables. So, Chairperson, the documents are sitting with the AG as we speak, and we are anticipating no adverse findings. So we know that as we finalize the investigations to clear this audit qualification by within the 2 weeks that is still residual to close the fiscal year, Chairperson, we'll have that report. So once we get that comfort, Chairperson, definitely the probabilities of us getting out of the 3-year prior audit qualification, they will be high, Chairperson. So it has been a sentiment and comfort that it has been also being uttered at relevant governance structures by the CEO appropriately about this combined assurance approach, Chairperson. So to date, Chairperson, as I said, COF number 3 and 4, that's where the audit qualification were. So to date, Chairperson, we had about 15,000 accounts that were completed were investigated comprehensively, being the FFC, the penalties computation, and the CPD and examination, Chairperson, including the agent interest that is sitting within our entity, our subsidiary, Chairperson. We did that comprehensively and holistically, so, Chairperson. Just also to reiterate, Chairperson, this approach and methodology has been tested by the internal auditors. I think the CEO managed to touch base on it. From their testing of, I think there were about 10,000 accounts, Chairperson, dating back from 2022. They only find one finding, Chairperson. That report also, Chairperson, is going to the AGRC, has been presented to the CEO. The FinCom also, during our this week's engagement, it was touched on it, Chairperson. It shows a potential probability of us moving away from being qualified to unqualified, Chairperson. Although a clean audit is something that the CEO, Chairperson, is trying to ensure that we move to, but the latter, because there will be a prior year adjustment, Chairperson, that there will be of a magnitude or material. So we needed to also, Chairperson, we sensitize the governance structures of that. So we'll move to an unqualified as per the plan, then eventually or ultimately we go to a clean audit. Chairperson, just to reiterate on what the CEO has mentioned, because status has been an issue for our entity. The interim financial statements were prepared, also reviewed by the CEO, and the internal auditors also did their review. There was no material findings identified, Chairperson. It's only the cosmetic issues, the grammar issues, the reference issues, of which Chairperson will apply, because we are utilizing like our sister entities, the caseware. So we'll apply per the suggestion of the CE, the Grammarly, to ensure we ensure that we edit such to ensure that we don't have cosmetic audit queries. Chairperson, the fifth finding pertains to the ICT department. Chairperson, as at 31 of December, the digital strategy was endorsed by our CEO. However, we're still awaiting for the ICT governance committee to sit. Chairperson, there's been about 7 policies pertaining to ICT. I think, Chairperson, the ICT was supposed to sit this week. I'm just giving a subsequent event transaction just to ensure all policies are being approved by the board, Chairperson, appropriately. They've been reviewed by the ESCO together with the CEO, and we got comfort in terms of the policies. I think what was of paramount importance was the patch management system, Chairperson. The AG raised it, hence we were exposed to a cyber attack in the last financial year, if I recall, Chairperson, per the context also being appraised by my relevant subordinates, Chairperson. So that patch management system, Chairperson, we are on track, and licenses have been paid appropriately. There was also a cybersecurity awareness that is done on a regular basis. Emails have been sent to all personnel within PPRA to ensure they are aware, Chairperson, of the risk that emanates from dodgy emails that might perpetuate our server to be attacked by external stakeholders, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, that's the synopsis of the ICT governance and the performance reviews in terms of contract management. It's been done. The SLAs, the CEO Chairperson is making sure that they're also being signed and monitored on a monthly basis. So we are not anticipating a recurring audit query when it comes to the ICT governance, Chairperson. Then the last query, Chairperson, was on the Fidelity Fund, which is one of our subsidiaries within PPRA. That is still in progress as well, Chairperson. It's still in progress as well, Chairperson. Although there was no audit findings from the interim financial statements that were audited and endorsed by our internal auditors, we saw it fit that can they maybe we wait for year end where they do the annual financial statements review to ensure that this one is closed amicably, because the data statements are corresponding to the GL in terms of the agent interest. The agent interest being the 50%, Chairperson, that we get from the trust accounts appropriately from the bank statements, also, Chairperson, that are coming to us, Chairperson. So I think this one, Chairperson, is not closed now, but however, there was no audit query pertaining to that. Also, the fines, Chairperson, because we charge up to a limit of about 25,000 for non-compliance when we issue compliance notices. There's no audit query, Chairperson, that was identified by our internal auditors in that section when it comes to debtors or receivable from non-exchange transaction. They agree to the data statements. There's no issues of completeness, accuracy, and validity. The invoices are correct. Everything is correct, Chairperson. However, as per the plan, there's two subsidiaries, the Fidelity Fund, as per the request from the CEO, we need to make it to be a clean audit. I know that from the presentation above by our CEO, it mentioned that we got unqualified for the previous financial year. So this one can be a clean audit together with our other subsidiary, which is the Transformation Fund, Chairperson, as those material findings of non-compliance will definitely be resolved appropriately. Chairperson, that's the end of the presentation from our side, and I thank this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, are you fine?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that all goes well. We had our meeting before with the CEO and the CFO, and the only question I asked them was whether we are turning or have we turned the corner, and the reassurance was that we have turned the corner and we are all waiting with bated breath, Chairperson and members, and we are happy to have presented a different PPRA to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nzo, CSOS, we are in your hands.
Good morning, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Madam.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. To you, members of the committee, fellow chairs of entities, board members that are here, DG, DDGs, CEOs and CFOs of entities, and all colleagues, all protocol observed, Chair. Chair, thank you for the opening remarks. Indeed, the entity holds it in high regard that there's been improvement in in the entity's audit outcome. It sits on the board's highest priorities to keep at this level of audit outcome with even additional improvement. As correctly reflected, there had been findings which needed actions to be undertaken. As a board that took from a vacuum since August, by now we have already established ourselves. We have an audit and risk committee in place, which would be the main driver of seeing these being resolved. And as a matter of fact, Chairperson, I've got the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee with me, Ms. Lerato Mwamuho. And I'm also accompanied by the acting chief ombud and the acting chief financial officer for the purposes of reporting on the progress made thus far. Whilst, Chair, you will hear in the presentation as the CFO presents to all of us, we report that 74% of our remedial plans have been completed and 26% have not been completed. However, within that 26%, Chair, they are in progress, and we'd like to report that they are at about 50% progress, as you will see in the presentation. So it doesn't mean that no action had been undertaken, but that with some of them we will be guided by the period, which is the end of the financial year, to achieve some of them, Chair. Chair, yes. The CFO will provide more involved detail on this, which will further indicate that indeed the 26% is in progress, with the plan to close most of these by the end of this financial year. Without further delay, Chair, let me right now hand over to the CFO to take us through the presentation, Chair. I'm not sure this acting chief ombud, if you've got things to add as well before the CFO can go ahead with the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
No, through you, Chair. Thank you so much for that, Chairperson of our board. I don't have much to say except to say that, yeah, indeed, you have reflected that we made great progress in the PIS, and we are hoping that going forward, we should be moving more or less towards a clean audit. I don't want to take much of the time, but to allow the acting CFO to assist. Acting CFO, over to you with the indulgence of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shogan. Thank you so much to the chairperson of the CSOS, chairperson of the portfolio committee, honorable members of the portfolio committee, the chairs of different entities, executives and representatives of entities as well, colleagues, and the DG. Good morning. Chair, I would have loved to maybe be able to share my slide, but it informs me that I don't have the rights to. So I'm not sure who's controlling the presentation from the other end. If I can be assisted on that regard, Chair.
Secretary, can you assist? Are you assisted?
Not, Chair. It says the host disabled the participant screen sharing. So I'm not
You are
able
a
to.
co-host. Viola M. I see you're a co-host. Am I correct? Yes. Secretary?
Chairperson, it's Casey here, Chair. So we're just having a small technical issue again at Parliament's up. Give us a few seconds.
Can Kosi assist if we have a problem? We're not doing well on time.
Hello, Chairperson.
Yes, Secretary.
There are two people from CSOS that can share. Are they unable to?
The other one is chairperson, but chairperson is not the one who's presenting.
Yeah.
Okay, who's going to share, Chair? Sorry.
It's Masasubona, Secretariat.
Oh, Masasubona.
Yeah, Masasubona.
Masasubona. Mchungwa.
Okay, can you try?
Yeah, Masasubona, you are now a co-host. Can you
Thank
try?
you so much. Chair, if you're able to see my slide, if you can confirm.
Not yet. Not, yeah. Audit action plan progress. Yes, we can see a slide. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and apologies for that. And I think without maybe wasting much time on this, Chair, I'll just go straight to the first slide. I will not go through the table of contents as I will present the different slides in my presentation and also the purpose. Now, Chair, the slide that I'm flighting does not only show the trends of the audit outcome for the CSOS, but highlight significant progress that CSOS has actually made in different areas. The first one, Chair, as you can see on the financial statements from 2022-23, we were green, meaning that we had unqualified audit. Unfortunately, in 23-24, we regressed where we got a qualified audit opinion. And in 24-25, Chair, we made a significant improvement to get back to track to get an unqualified audit. Now, on the second one, Chair, in terms of our regulations, you will note that we've been consistent in getting unqualified audit in that area. And if you look on the compliance with legislation, Chair, you will note that, and this is one area that in 23-24 will have led to the qualification for the CSOS annual financial statement. You will note that we had significant or material findings as far as the procurement and contract management is concerned. And this is one area, Chair, that, and I think you will know that many entities, they struggled in. We managed to get unqualified opinion or an unqualified in that regard. With regard to the annual financial statements and annual report, I will talk to this, Chair, when I go into the detail to give more context and information as to why that has remained the same, despite the fact that we got unqualified audit. And in the three areas that I'm just going to lump them together, Chair, which is the expenditure management and revenue management, and also, Chair, these two areas also were the biggest contributor to the 23-24 qualification, which we managed to get unqualified as well. And our asset management, Chair, has been consistent. So as our strategic planning and performance, that in the 3 years, we actually were in the green, meaning that we did very well. The last one, Chair, which is the consequence management, and of which I've also talked to in my next slide, remained with material findings, as AG will have audited this area. But I'll quickly take you through that, Chair. And on this slide, as far as the internal control deficiencies, and this is important, Chair, for the committee to note that in the 24-25 financial year, AG has raised concerns. And as you will know, the 4 months of the 24-25 financial year CSOS, after the expiry of the term of the previous board, we did not have the board. They viewed this as a serious governance deficiency in the organization. And I'll also talk to this as I continue with the next slide, Chair. And because the term of the previous board in the financial review, the financial year under review ended in November. So for the 4 months of that 24-25, we didn't have the board. Now, the other one, Chair, relates to the annual financial statements, and I also indicated that I'll also shed more light into this one. AG has raised a concern on the findings that they were viewed to be very material in our annual financial statement, and I'll zoom into those findings in my next slide. Chair, the next one, which talks to the lack of senior management stability in the entity, relates to the acting position. As you may recall that in the 23-24, we have lost our chief ombud, and since then we have been having acting positions. And so in there were also vacant positions in the 24-25 as well, as we have lost our CFO during that time. Now, AG is also raising, and I think this, Chair, they also attribute it back to the deficiency in our governance structure in terms of our review of the financial statement, where they raised the issue that because we did not have the full board, we did not have the audit committee, and that is why maybe we had some of the challenges as far as our GRAP compliance with our GRAP statements is concerned. And I also talk to that, Chair, in my next slide. Now, on this slide, Chair, we're showing an overall performance that we've made, or in the implementation of the audit action plan that we have developed. So in the 24-25, you will note that, as I indicated, that we have made progress from 23-24, that we got an qualified audit opinion. And this is truly because, Chair, that we were able to implement our audit action plan in full to be able to address those significant, audit findings that led to such a qualification. Now, in the current financial year, after we developed our audit implementation plan, which was also presented to the different structures, from our EXCO to our audit and risk, and also on a quarterly basis presenting the progress of this implementation of the audit plan. But also to indicate, Chair, that this 74% has also been confirmed by our internal audit, as they serve as a level higher to review the implementation of this audit plan. And there were two areas, and if you compare from the previous quarter, Chair, that we're sitting at 62%, now we're sitting at 74%. And I also zoom into the areas that relates to the remaining balance of the 26% on the current audit plan. There were two areas, Chair, that AG raised as far as our annual financial statement for the 24-25 financial year. One, it's on the disclosure items of unusual transaction, and I'll speak to this unusual transaction in my next slide, Chair. But the other one is the consequence management, Chair. This relates to our irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that dates back to 2018-2019 to the current financial year, that had remained unresolved. But this was also compounded by the expiry of our loss control committee, which the AG has raised, that we're not able to deal with these matters and be finalized in line with the framework issued by the National Treasury. But I'll zoom into this as well, Chair, in my next slide. Now, on this dashboard, Chair, is just to show the number of the audit findings that we had and the progress and what is actually remaining. Now that accounts to the 74% that I've indicated. You will note, Chair, that most of the audit findings that we had have actually been resolved. And by the way, Chair, if you recall, in the 23-24 financial year, we have over 60 audit findings that we had that included, that actually contributed to us getting a qualification. So moving from that to 39, it's an improvement. We'd love, Chair, to move to a zero finding in the next years. But just to show, Chair, that the two areas or units that are still remaining with these audit findings, it's one, our unit that is responsible for the preparations of the annual financial statements, and then the office of the CFO. And I'll talk directly to those two, Chair. Now, this is just a pie chart to show our progress moving from the previous quarter to the current quarter. As you will see that in the previous quarter, we had those that were still in progress sitting at 83%. Now they're sitting at 26%, but also we had 5% of those audit findings that we have not started with. And in the current year, in the current quarter, we do not have any of those checked. Now, this is now where I start to zoom into those specific issues that actually are remaining for the CSOS to, close off the audit action plan. Now, the first one, Chair, and you recall that I emphasized the unusual transaction. The first one relates to the payment to National Treasury. You recall that in the 23-24 financial year, which the transaction took place in the 24-25 financial year, we had to pay back from our surplus 103 million. Then we classified this under our cash flow, and AG was of a different opinion that we did not owe this money to the, it's not like we were actually, it's a financing activity under CSOS, but we were actually just transferring the funds to or the excess funds to the National Treasury as we're required to. So that is the different one, Chair, because this is not in the normal transaction or normal business transaction that will be performing. But I must also indicate, Chair, this will not have been the first transaction that we actually engage with National Treasury as far as paying back the surpluses. And we have disclosed this in the same way that we have disclosed it in the 24-25. But of course, because now we have different auditors, they had a different opinion to that one. The next one, Chair, it relates to the reversal of the impairment. And I think the VBS story needs no more commentary on that. But maybe just to talk to this particular transaction where we received 20 million on our VBS investment. Now, we classified this, Chair, as revenue under exchange transaction because the money that was actually invested into or irregularly invested into the VBS was actually coming from exchange from revenue from exchange transaction, and AG was of a different opinion to that. So this transaction, as you will see, Chair, I mean, it is of high value, and hence they were actually flagged by AG. I mean, it's not every day that you get, money from VBS, or every day that you actually pay back money to the National Treasury. Hence, I termed these two transactions unusual transactions. And then also, Chair, the reversal of the impairment loss that we had to recognize as we would have impaired 100% of the investment in VBS. So when we get money, we had to reverse that, and AG had expressed a different opinion. And I wanted, Chair, maybe to address these three unusual transactions before I talk to the action plan and the target and what the status is relating to those three transactions. So you will note that one is the completion of the disclosure, the GRAP disclosure checklist, which we have implemented. And I think this is important, Chair, that although we have kept this audit finding open until the end of the financial year, it must be noted that on a quarterly basis, we prepare our quarterly financial statements and we do complete the GRAP disclosure checklist, and we are disclosing this transactions correctly. But it is for that reason that we want to make sure that, up to the end of the financial year, we have actually disclosed throughout the year, carried out this plan of, checklist in our books. The other one, Chair, and as I talked about the technicality that AG has raised in some of these transactions, is the attendance of the GRAP refresher training. And one of the status that we are indicating here is that we are going to attend the GRAP refresher training by ASB, and this is the board that is responsible for for these GRAP standards, and this is something that happens just before we start preparing our annual financial statement in March or early April, and that is actually going to take place this year, Chair. But also, we further went on to procure the services of service provider that are within. One of them, Chair, is the developer of the system that we are using to prepare the annual financial statements, because that software is GRAP compliant and they work hand in hand with the ASB, that is the Accounting Standard Board. So those are the some of the actions or action plan that we've actually moved with. But also, Chair, is to subject our annual financial statements to a quality review before we submit to the AG for auditing. And this, we say, we're actually going to get the services of the service provider in the industry or within an experienced one to be able to assist us to ensure that we've actually covered all the basics and all those technical areas. And we're saying on the progress to that one that we've actually done the evaluation. We are now at the due diligence stage where we actually confirming that one of the things that we do in our due diligence is to make sure that the references that they've actually given us have been checked and they've actually performed the work that we require them to. So I needed to quickly cover those three. The other one, Chair, relates to the errors that AG has identified, which they were not able to reconcile and validate. And by the way, Chair, when AG makes these findings, as management, we go back to the whole population in the organization to make sure that every single transaction is actually validated and it's actually reconciled. Hence, we have kept this audit finding open until the end of the financial year so that we don't seem to have covered only one part. We want to make sure that we cover the full financial year. And the same, Chair, with our prior period error, which, it was overstated and which we have since corrected. But we're keeping this, Chair, so that, the full prior period error is actually considered at the end of the financial year. So we do not want to just address one part and not look at the whole population. I will not talk much about the segment reporting. This was just maybe, that AG have picked up to say we needed to include in our segment reporting part of the disclosures. Chair, I don't want to, in the interest of time, and I take it that, this presentation was circulated, maybe just to touch one on this slide, is the issue of the contingencies, Chair, and the litigations. In the 24-25 financial year, Chair, we were led down by our panel of attorneys in which later, after we confirmed in terms of the litigation cases that we had, they gave a different, assessment as opposed to what we have actually received from the same. But we're just making sure you look at our action plan that we actually, on a quarterly basis, send out those confirmations so that we do not have any variances between what we have and what they will finally confirm to AG. I would like to move, Chair, to this slide. And this slide now will also address part of the outstanding audit findings that I talked about. The first one, Chair, is the issue of AG having raised the fact that we have not implemented enough or adequate taken disciplinary steps against irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And they attribute to this, Chair, as I indicated, in the last 4 months of the financial year under review, that we did not have the board. So they say if you did not have the board, you did not have the audit committee. That's where the oversight actually relies from the governance point of view. And also because we also had the loss control committee term ending. And I must also provide feedback on this, Chair. As you know, we have the board, we have the audit committee that actually looks at these schedules. So that part should actually be, be closed. But there's also the issue of the loss control committee, Chair, which after the end of the term of the loss control committee, we actually even went back to the same database of CVs that we have in the organization to look for, experienced members, independent members, so that they can be part of that committee. Unfortunately, we did not have one. We went out to the market. Chair, we did not, we say it was non-responsive because we did not get the adequate skills or responses or CVs for those who went back again, which we have now received the CVs that are under review by management. The last one, Chair, under the CFO is what I also talked about, the issue of the irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure. But now they're raising the issue that if you have cases that go back to 2020, 21, the framework requires that you are able to do this assessment and determination within a period of 30 days. And without the LCC, we're not able to, in some cases, not able to do this, Chair. But because of the long outstanding nature of some of these audit findings, this finding will definitely, maybe have a potential of a recurrence in the next financial year. So that, in a nutshell, Chair, the presentation on the progress that CSOS has made. And I think from this presentation, you will note that we actually on track into making sure that we move even a step above from just having a qualified audit opinion. And then there were main two transactions, unusual transactions, as I indicated, that, could have actually have changed the picture for CSOS as far as the audit outcome for the 24-25 financial year is concerned. And this is the recommendation to the portfolio committee. And that is the end of the presentation, Chair. Thank you so much. Hopefully I managed to stay within the time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting CFO. Chairperson, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you, Masa. As I indicated, Chair, before that, we've got the Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson Lerato. If you've got something to say before I can hand over back to the Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair of the sitting, and good morning to the members of the committee, the board chairs and other board members, colleagues. I would just like to add that as CSOS, we have taken, or our committee for CSOS, that we did take the audit findings seriously, and not only as matters that need to be corrected, but we took this as an opportunity to strengthen the way the organization works. We have reviewed policies and looked closely at legislative compliance and strengthened our internal controls, and also paid attention to consequence management where it is required. But we also understand that the real improvement is not only about systems and processes, it is also about the people, about accountability, about leadership, and about building a culture where doing the right thing becomes part of how the organization operates every day. And that is the kind of institution we are trying to work and build. And so we appreciate the committee's oversight and remain committed to continuous improvement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lerato. Chair, as I conclude, I think also let me indicate that one of the issues that has been flagged by the Auditor General is the issue of the acting positions of the executives. And I'd like to report to the committee, Chair, that we are actually right in the middle of the recruitment process for those to fill those executive positions. The advert had closed end of January, And we are now in the process of the shortlisting and interviews and going forward, Chair. And that process should also be concluded very soon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. HDA, Chairperson, are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to you and the honorable members of the committee. Chair, maybe let me just extend my greetings to the DG and the team of the department, the chairpersons and the CEOs and CFOs of other entities. I'm not alone, Chair. I'm with the CEO and the CFO to deliver this exercise. But suffice to say, in the interest of time, Chair, that on behalf of the board of the Housing Development Agency, we would like to express our appreciation for this opportunity to present our audit action plan as requested by the committee 2024-25 financial year. Chair, we are pleased to report the following key matters. The agency received an unqualified audit opinion with no findings on the annual financial statements, which obviously it's making it, marking a clean audit outcome for after several years. This outcome reflects strengthened governance, financial management, and internal control system across the organization. Chair, the Auditor General raised 6 matters aimed at improving internal controls and mitigating risk. However, it is worth noting, Chair, that all these 6 matters are none of which have impacted on the audit opinion. The audit action plan has been developed and is actively being implemented to address all the identified 6 matters. Chair, to date as we speak, 4 findings have been resolved and 2 findings are in progress, and we don't have any outstanding unresolved matter as the entity coming out from the issues that were raised by the AG. The purpose of today, as we understand it, is to present the progress on the implementation of the audit action plan, and as well as to outline measures in place to address outstanding findings. The board remains committed, Chair, to upholding the principle of PFMA and to strengthen oversight, governance, and compliance. We are also committed, Chair, to ensure that audit outcomes translate into improved organizational performance, but more importantly, Chair, into service delivery. Chair, through the management, through the leadership of the CEO, we've even gone beyond what the Auditor General has raised by establishing two committees within the system that is being actually managed by the CEO and the team. One committee is focusing primarily on the policy issues, as the presentation will highlight areas that were raised by the AG concerning the policy issues. And the other committee, it is named internally as an operation, Operation Clean Audit Committee, which both committees, they meet, on a quarterly basis to make sure that we don't leave anything to chance and we don't regress on our current status. Chair, if you allow me, in the interest of time, I will now ask the CEO to say something, and then from there the CFO will present the report in details. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the chairperson of the HDA board and to the chair of the portfolio committee, to all the members of the portfolio committee and the chairpersons of the other entities. Chair, I think our chair has summarized our issues extremely well. We have covered everything from our side. I will therefore ask the CFO just to go through with the presentation, and then I think we will respond after, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and thank you, C, and the Chair of the Board. I'm not sure if you can see my presentation, Chair. Chair, am I audible?
Yes, we can see. Just put it on slideshow, CFO.
Okay, thank you very much. Slideshow. All right, Chair, we will be presenting the audit action plan, and this is how the presentation is outlined. In terms of saving time, I will just pause. Chair, with regards to the audit outcomes for the 2023-24 financial year, the entity received an unqualified opinion on the financial statements, and there was only one matter which was raised on the area of compliance with laws and regulations relating to the financial statements. So basically there were adjustments that were done on the financials, and there were no findings on the predetermined objectives, Chair. And then for the prior year, which is 2024-25, the HDA received an unqualified audit opinion with no findings, which is a clean audit on the financials as well as the predetermined objectives. And there were 6 matters, though, that were raised during the audit. That those matters did not have an impact on the audit outcome, but they were communicated to assist with improving internal control processes and mitigating the risks, Chair. So I will go through those matters. Chair, you will indicate in terms of the progress of the HDA since 2022-23 financial year, we had 2 matters where we were we received an unqualified audit opinion. However, there were material adjustments on the financials and also on the expenditure management. That is 2022-23 financial year. 23-24 financial year, therefore, there were those adjustments that were made in the financials. Hence, there's only one matter which was raised during 23-24. Then 24-25, Chair, we received a clean audit, and we addressed all the issues that AG raised. So, Chair, I will go through the dashboard. And in terms of the dashboard, Chair, you will see that there were 6 findings that we received, and in terms of the progress, 4 have been resolved and 2 are in progress. And the reason why they're in progress, Chair, it's because these 2 findings, we would like to monitor them until end of the financial year. So that's why we left them under in progress. However, I will just touch on how we are addressing these matters, and that is on the bidder's points incorrectly calculated on functionality, as well as policies not timeously reviewed and approved. So there's only those 2 findings which are under in progress, right? And then in terms of the percentage, 67% of the findings have been addressed, and only 33% are in the yellow. Right, and then with regards to the bidder's points, Chair, under SCM, in terms of these calculations of bidder's points, Chair, this is we have addressed the matters, all the matters that were raised by the audit, and I must say that there were no bidders that were disadvantaged due to this. It's only the issue of calculating the points correctly. So, Chair, with regards to this matter, in terms of all our findings, we do have a committee operation, clean audit committee, which sits on a monthly basis, and towards the end of the financial year, we sit almost on a 2-weekly basis, and we look at all the findings that the AG has raised, including those findings that it did not even make it to the management letter, including the audit report, but we just need to make sure that all those findings, AG does not pick them up, even when they do the current audit, Chair. So, and then under COF 16, on the policies not timelessly reviewed and approved, Chair, we do have a committee on it's called a policy review committee. So this policy, this committee, it looks at all our policies as well as the SOPs for the entity, and there is also a register of all the policies, and this gets presented in the OPCA meetings, Operation Clean Audit, just to make sure and to take stock whether all the policies have been reviewed, all the SOPs are in place. So this committee then will present that report just to also take stock. So we're also keeping it as yellow because there were policies that went to the board in the last meeting and that have been for approval. And once the internal audit are satisfied during their monitoring, therefore, Chair, these two findings, therefore, they will move to green. So, Chair, I must say that those are that is the progress from the HDA side, Chair, and we're requesting the Portfolio Committee to note the progress. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You fine? Chairperson HDA. Okay, let's proceed. Honorable members, there is the account from the department and the 4 entities with regard to the audit action plan or remedial plan. It seems there's tangible progress. Even CSOS is on board in terms of filling critical vacant positions. I think we can check. Let's interact with the presentations and just track progress. I think the main thing was to report to the committee about progress made so far in preparations for the coming audit. Of course, whether what they are telling us is true or not, it will be determined by the coming audit. Honorable members, Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Karakile. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation and acknowledge everybody on the platform and honorable members as well. Chair, let me go straight to the questions to save time. For the department, question 1, underspending and delivery impact. The department spent only 47 of its budget by mid-year, largely due to procurement delays. How has this underspending affected actual housing delivery, particularly in informal settlements? And question 2, informal, the department failed to fully support provinces and metros in upgrading informal settlements and could not provide sufficient evidence for some targets. What corrective measures have been implemented to ensure full support and credible reporting going forward? And in quarter 3 performance, Question 1. Despite overall improvement in performance, the informal settlements program continues to underperform, partly due to officials on suspension. What steps has the department taken to ensure the capacity constraints do not continue to undermine delivery in this critical program? And 2, the data shows that several metros are spending as little as 27 to 39% of the allocated funds. What consequences or interventions are in place for municipalities that consistently fail to spend and deliver on human settlements programs, Chair? Then on the entities for PRA, the presentation indicates that irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure cases dating back to 2018 are still being processed. How many of these cases have been finalized, and by what date will all outstanding consequence management processes be concluded? And then HDA. The HDA has achieved a clean audit outcome. What specific controls have been put in place to ensure that standard is sustained and does not regress in future audit cycles? Question 2. There are still audit findings in progress, including issues related to procurement process and policy approvals. What is the timeline for resolving these, and how will the entity ensure they do not become repeat findings? For NHFC, the audit found that there was insufficient evidence to support reported achievements in the first home finance program, including subsidies and disbursements. What corrective measures have been implemented to ensure the credibility of performance reporting going forward? Question 2. The presentation reflects a combination of repeat and new audit findings, particularly in finance, ICT, governance, and supply chain management. What is the time of resolving these findings, and how will the entity prevent recurrence in this next audit cycle? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Khakile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome all the presentation and good morning, all the chairpersons from the board, honorable members, the CFO and the CEOs from the board, and the delegation from the department led by DG Mremi. Chairperson, I concur with you when you indicated that there's a vast improvement in all the presentation, and I was also impressed by the confidence indicated by those who were presenting their APPs, progress, and I will also request that they must keep up doing their good work so that we shine in the next financial year after the Auditor General has completed their job. Chair, I have questions for entities. For the department, I do not have any question. For HDA, number 1 is with regard to the bidder's point incorrectly calculated on functional difference was based on the Auditor General deciding to recalculate using the Auditor General's preference. With my little knowledge, Chair, I thought when the Auditor General audits, Auditor General will focus on the policies of that particular entity, as well as to whether those policies are aligned with the approved legislative framework. So I just want to find out what informed the Auditor General to recalculate the bidder's points. And then the second one, there was the issue that policies were not timeously reviewed and approved. Chairperson, the entity indicated that only date was missing. But when I was
going through the presentation, I also noticed that the matter was presented differently because most of the policies were now reviewed, not only correcting the date, and there is also one policy which is still outstanding. I just want to know what is that policy, Chairperson, and how soon will that outstanding policy be finalized? And then to NHFC, the FHF funds with intermediaries, they were not yet transferred to the beneficiaries and not appropriately accounted for. I just want to find out why now did the entity decide to include that into their current asset? Why were those intermediaries not transferred to the relevant beneficiaries? And was this action of changing the intermediaries into current asset approved by the board? And then the chairperson, the entity planned to appoint with immediate effect a senior management accountant. I just want to find out if it is done, and if it is not, why is it not done? And then the liquidation process with regard to Abatlali Housing Association, the entity has indicated that this process will eventually lead to eviction. On this one, Chairperson, I will request that the department and the province and the relevant municipality must ensure that they assist the entity for those people to be given the BNGs or be placed relevantly. But in the meantime, no eviction should be done until all the occupants are securely placed. And then to CSOS, the appointment of the technical financial service consulting service, appointment of the technical financial consulting service provider. I've noticed, Chairperson, that most of the entities, they appoint the services of the service provider to assist them with their finances. My question is, what are the terms of references of those people? Does this mean that their terms of references is not in conflict with the KPS of the CFO? And then the issue of the VBS, Chairperson, I just want to be clarified. Even though the money was irregularly invested, was it proper now for the interest accrued to be reversed to VBS? I'm not sure whether I've missed something there, but I just need to be clarified on that one. I also had a question with regards to the positions of senior managers, of which the chairperson has answered, but the other one is to know the vacancy rate of the entity. And then to PRA, under the consequence management, Chairperson, there was an indication that the CEO has instigated sequence of steps regarding the issue of consequence management. I just want to know what are those steps and the progress made. And then here IT. I think that was the last one, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
The last question from Honorable Abada. Honorable Abada.
Sorry, Chair. I think Mama Makubule is before me. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Chair, Mama Magugula is before me. I come after her. I don't know if you can see her hand is raised.
Honorable Abada? Have we
Chair,
lost
can you
you?
hear me? No, I'm here. Honorable Magugule is before me.
Honorable Abada, there's one chairperson in this meeting.
Sorry, sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, but I just see her hand and I don't want to go before her. But it's fine. I'll go, seeing that you're asking me to go. Good morning, Chair, to you and to everybody on the platform. Thank you to all the entities for the presentation. My questions to HDA is, year after year, the HDA presents audit action plans, yet the same findings persist. So can you tell this committee very clearly who exactly has been accountable and how many officials have faced disciplinary action or financial consequences for these repeated failures? If these audit findings were properly addressed in previous cycles, why are they reoccurring? Does this not point to a systemic failure of leadership and internal controls? And should this committee conclude that your action plans are nothing more than paper compliance exercises? And thirdly, given the HDA's critical role in unlocking land for housing, how do you justify ongoing governance and financial control weaknesses while millions of South Africans remain on housing waiting lists? Or is poor audit performance now simply being normalized within the entity? To PRA, PRA is a regulator meant to enforce compliance in the property sector, yet your own audit outcomes reflect weaknesses in governance and internal controls. So how can you credibly regulate others when you are failing to regulate yourselves? You continue to present audit action plans yet year after year, but why do similar findings persist? Does this not indicate a failure of leadership and consequent management? And who exactly has been held accountable? My third question, given your mandate to protect consumers from exploitation in the property market, how do you justify ongoing compliance failures within the PRA itself? Or must the public accept that the regulator is as compromised as the sector is, as the sector it oversees? And then to NHFC, how does the NHFC justify repeatedly presenting improved audit outcomes to this committee while the same material findings year after year remain unresolved? And at what point do we stop calling this progress and start calling it instrumental failure? If the NHFC cannot provide credible, verifiable evidence for its reported housing delivery and financial commitments, why should this committee or the public believe what the funds entrusted to the entity are reaching intended beneficiaries? Thirdly, who specifically has been held accountable for the recurring failures in financial reporting, procurement irregularities, and unreliable performance reporting? Or is accountability in the NHFC simply an empty slogan with no real consequences? And lastly, that's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I think the princess did not realize that you are giving her position as the princess of this committee. That was me to raise also my question. Chair, I think we have also made on our behalf a welcoming and everybody in the meeting. I have just a question to the department. I think on the issue CFO which has raised on the IDs, so traceable. also from the Home Affairs of the
Honorable Magagula,
beneficiaries.
your
I just
network.
want to check if does that mean that those immigrants. Hello.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Can you start again?
Okay.
We lost you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. I'm saying that
Your network is not stable. We can't hear you.
On a presentation by Usef. Oh, okay. Am I audible now? Hello.
Yeah, where you are, if you can stand
Am I
still.
audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm saying on to the CFO of the department, she raised an issue of the IDs which were not traceable, even from the home affairs of the beneficiaries or some of the beneficiaries. I just want to check if those people, does that mean they are illegal immigrants or are they South Africans without a IDs now? And secondly, but I want to commend the department and its entities, Chair, on the progress made from what was observed by the AG, and we hope that which was observed as weaknesses, and they've made IRAMA reporting that they are on top of those identified weaknesses, and in the next meeting, which will be by the time after the ages has done the audit again, it will hear the best from what they've reported that they're dealing with the issues. And I think that conclude by saying, Che, that we were happy with the observation that the entities and also the department, they are making a progress and a performance in their duties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe.
Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, the DG, executives in the department, chairs of the entities, CEs, and all the other executives. Chair, I've got maybe just 2 questions. The rest of the other members have largely covered the greater portion of the ground, which I wished to traverse. To the PPRA, sometime last year, they reported that they had a program and that they had partnered with quite a number of real estate bodies, and that they had in the pipeline young people who were being prepared for the industry. And we would like to know how have they been performing so far against the target that they had set themselves? And is there anything significant that they can report within that pipeline with regards to those young people that they had enrolled with the other large real estate firms? And whether, in fact, as a corollary of that, the FHF is an enabler of that cohort of young people in the real estate industry, and whether there is anything noticeable in terms of the emergent firms that are run by historically disadvantaged individuals. That is now to the PPRA. And to the HDA, the issue that the minister bemoaned, that is of the SIU, and the fact that the SIU did not seem to appreciate that the HDA had no control over what municipalities could do or did do in relation to the cost. Whether that matter has since been resolved, is there any prospect of it being cordially resolved so that the HDA can then cooperate with the SIU to ensure that this matter is carried to its logical conclusion? Because it's not only a cost issue, Chairperson, it is also, that is financially speaking, it's also a cost to the brand that is HDA, given a very important role that the HDA plays as a prime consulting company on behalf of government. Those are my two questions, Chairperson. As I said, the rest of the other questions have largely been covered by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think that was the last hand. If honorable members, you can lower your hand so that I know whether it's a new hand or not. Let me start with HDA. HDA.
Okay.
Okay.
You can go ahead, see.
Yeah, no, Chair, thank you. Chair, there are a number of issues that have been raised. Maybe let me address some of the issues that were raised. One of the issues is the issue that has just been raised now. I think maybe let's clarify that we are still discussing with the National Department and the SIU in terms of the payment of the investigation that the SIU is dealing with. But the honorable member is correct to say when we took over, part of the 6 pillars that we looked at as part of the pillars that we need to look at to make sure that we turn around the HDA. One of them was to also deal with the image of the HDA. And then up to now, Chair, we had dealt with that very well. If you remember, the HDA used to be a constant in the newspapers. And then unfortunately, when this issue came of the SIU, it took us back after we have been out of the papers for all the negative issues for a long time. But it's an issue that we're quite comfortable to continue assisting the SIU in their investigation. It's just that there is this issue of the cost as to who will be liable for the cost. But be that as it may, it's not preventing us from doing cooperating with the SIU in terms of the information that they need. So I think to that extent, we are quite comfortable. I need to address the issue that was raised by the member about the HDA continuously getting the same issues in terms of their audit opinion. We had a challenge for 2 consecutive years. We had a challenge with our AFSs, and then the issue of the AFSs, we resolved it. That is why in the last financial year, we were able to get a clean audit. One of the things that we have done, Chair, is that we present our quarterly report, Fs. We do our Fs now on a quarterly basis so that we can be able to look at them, and our internal auditors auditing it, and then we're working on that. But part of also what we have done is we have now appointed a finance reporting manager so that we can be able to do the finances ourselves, the Fs ourselves internally. And we are not using an external company to do the Fs for us. We're doing them as the HDA chairperson. I think I need to raise that. So from that point of view, I think if you look at when the 3 years back and now, is that we have improved, Chair. Our audit, we have actually moved now to a clean audit. So I don't think there are repeat findings. But I understand that maybe there might be an issue with what was raised as the calculations in the supply chain, the counting. We have looked at that, Chair, because what we identified was that there was an issue with where we look at the specialized category where it talks to women and the youth in terms of how we calculate it. There was a bit of a misunderstanding between ourselves and the AG, but we have since found each other there, Chair, and we know that that issue will not be an issue going forward. We have also appointed a probity team. So each and everyone, because you'll remember this was in the RFIs, it was not actually, it was in the RFQs, apologies, it was not actually on the tenders, it was on the RFQs. So what we have done is we have then appointed someone who assists us with the probity. So in terms of that, before we finalize each and every one of the RFQs and also on the tender side, we also take them through the probity test. So that has been done and then fully implemented. We're quite comfortable that that has also going to add value. But I must also say, Chair, that as part of the discussions that we had, we had also started the discussion with our supply chain head, because there were things that we felt that she was not doing properly, and then we were taking her through the disciplinary process. We ended up having a parting of the ways with her. So we will be advertising the post of the head of supply chain, which we think also some of those things will be automatically covered in terms of that. So to that extent, Chair, I think that as the HDA, we are on the right track. I must say, Chair, that we have been having the same team auditing us now for 3 years. And then this year, the senior manager who was auditing us has resigned. So we will be having a new senior manager. The difficulty with issues of senior managers, people who are new, is that a person can want to come, and want to, because remember now what we have is that in the first 3 years, we have also been explaining to them how the HDA works as opposed to other departments within the bigger human settlements. So it will be something that we start afresh also to introduce and induct the new senior manager into how the HDA works. So we know that the process will be a bit more difficult, because now there was an understanding of this is how the process works. And then everybody knew that this is how we will measure them. But now we'll have to now start to introduce the new senior manager. But we don't think that will be a problem, Chair, because the AG is still the same AG. So it's just one issue that we needed to raise. But other than that, I think the issues of the AG and the calculations and so forth have been resolved. These issues that are now beyond us. And I'm hopeful, Chair, that we will not disappoint. We will maintain the clean audit that we received last financial year. We've looked at all the issues that the AG had raised, and from where we sit, we with the Operation Clean Audit Committee, we've worked on all of those matters, and then we are quite comfortable that we have addressed all the matters that have been raised, and then even the matters that were raised but didn't find themselves in the report. We've also managed to raise all of those matters so that we know that there is nothing that will stop us from getting a clean audit. in terms of the chair. So we're quite comfortable, Chair, sitting here that we will repeat the clean audit. Thank you, Chair. The CFO will add if there are other issues that needs to be added, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think there was a question that was asked by Honorable Kekakilwe on the policy, how it was presented. Chair, I think on the policies, we're not only focusing on one policy or that particular policy that AG raised, because what we've done, it was the issue of the date of review. They said it's not in the policy in terms of how often do we review our policy. So that matter has been resolved. However, over and above that, the policy review committee will sit and look at all the policies as well as the standard operating procedures that are in place, and then just to make sure that all the policies are reviewed on a annual basis. And then there's also a standard template that we have put in place so that the issues of the dates are not missed when a policy is developed or it's being reviewed, Chair. So that is I was trying to cover the globally to say we look at all our policies, we make sure that everything has been addressed, because we're trying to avoid a recurrence of this a finding. Otherwise, on the specific goals on the bidders points, the CE, I am covered with how the CE has addressed the matter, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairperson of the HDA, are you covered?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My apology. You called me twice earlier on. I had to change the gadget. The gadget that I was using was not responding to unmuting me. I'm fully covered, Chair, but only to emphasize what the COS said regarding the SIU. At no point so far we believe that the process that the SIU is undertaking to investigate as per the proclamation will be frustrated because of the cost issues. However, internally we know that will catch up with us, and the department through the minister and the DG, they are coordinating such kind of resolve with the affected departments who are landowners, and I mean affected provinces who are landowners and the municipalities. But by no means that currently we are foreseeing anything that will actually make the SIU not to perform to their, I mean, not to deliver on the proclamation in investigation under the circumstances. But it's a matter which we know that it's supposed to be dealt with differently, but it has got nothing to do with the performance or the cooperation with the SIU. If such things happen where we run dry completely, we will alert the chairperson, but there's no way that we will not play our role as HDA in assisting the SIU to achieve their goal, working with the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can we now hear from PPRA? Chairperson? PPRA?
Chairperson, I'm here. I just wanted to wait for the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I am not sure if I heard all the questions because my gadget was also on and off.
Let's give it to the CEO and CFO then.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. The comments made by the members are welcomed and they are well received, Chair. Please do allow me to start from the bottom and then I'll work my way up. Chair, I'll address the questions made by Honorable Ditebe. Honorable Ditebe is talking about the two programs that we currently have under our APP that are our transformation programs, Chair. The letter that I'll talk about, Chair, is our One Learner, One Property Practitioner program, Chair. That we had went to recruit learners throughout the region, but particularly in KZN. And Chair, I'm happy to report that just last weekend, we saw 547 young women who are PDIs walk through across the stage in KZN at the graduation. This is our flagship program with the services CETA Chair. And I'm happy even to report that that program does not end with the graduation, because of the 547 students who graduated, 457 of those had set for an exam in December of 2025, where they wrote our professional designation exam. And of the 457 who sat for the exam, 454 successful candidates passed the exam, which marks a remarkable 99% pass and exit rate of these young learners. But it doesn't only end there, Chair, because it's always good to train and recruit and people graduate. But the question is, what next? And now with the KZN project, there will be a post-training support that these learners now are going to go into the workforce. They're going to be equipped so that they are entrepreneurs. Some of them have even now opened up their own boutique firms so that they can intake some of the young learners who are entering the sector. So this is really one project that we are very proud of as the PPRA. And over the weekend, colleagues from the department were there. The chairperson and sub-board members did come and see this historical moment in the transformation of the property sector. The second program that Member Ditebe was talking to, Chair, you'd recall, and members, that we have our Rosen partnership, which is a franchise initiative. Our first cohort in this partnership, we had awarded 10 franchises throughout the country to PDIs. But now in the year that will be under audit, we have now awarded 20 franchises just in December. And of the 20 franchises that have been now awarded, 45, those franchises have been able to conclude 45 sales in total, just under 3 months. So this is just an illustration, Chair, that really collaboration with the private sector does work, Chair. And of the 45 sales in total, 21 sales came from one office in Meadowdale, so here in Gauteng. I'm chairperson. So this is one program that we are going to continue rolling out over the years to come. And the one, the one for the One Learner, Chair, is not only ending in Gauteng. Because of its success, now there are provinces that have come on board saying, we want this, we will fund it. And Services CETA has also agreed and said that they will co-fund the program. So it rolls out in Mpumalanga. Is going to be the first one, launching now in April, followed by Limpopo. Gauteng, of course, will always be a player, and then the Northwest in this next financial year. And then after that, we'll roll it out to the rest of the country. So it has become now a national program. So really, when it comes to this pillar of our mandate, Chairperson, I think it's safe to say that it's one area that we are getting right as the PPRA. And then, Chair, the next question is not Honorable Makabula. It is the questions from Honorable Abada. Around, can we really regulate ourselves? If we can regulate, well, regulate
network,
the sector
CEO.
if we can't regulate ourselves. Also, just around the audit opinions. Chair, I think let me really touch on the audit opinion issue, and I think our presentation today really should demonstrate that we've turned the tide, and like you said, Chair, whether we were lying or not, the proof will be after the age. Oh, am I back, Chair? Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
I can hear you.
Yes. Continue, CEO, but your
Okay.
network is not stable.
Am I back now, Chair? Sorry about that.
Yeah, you are better now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, can I just go into the questions raised by Honorable Abada? Chair, I think the issue of the audit opinions, our presentation today really should demonstrate that there has been a lot of work that has been done to ensure that we do not remain in the unfavorable audit opinions that we have gotten as far as the PPRA is concerned. But Chair, the issue around the whether we can regulate the sector if we can't regulate ourselves, Chair, I just allow me to answer it in this manner. While the PPRA we may not have direct jurisdiction over all role players across the broader property value chain, right? But we do play a critical role coordinating and standard setting role. And through our collaboration with other regulators, government departments, such as, your LPC, your Legal Practice Council, because obviously we don't have jurisdiction over attorneys, we've collaborated with them, SARS as well, Chair, and this has allowed us to be able to influence conduct and align standards and promote compliance beyond the narrow scope of our direct mandate, which obviously rests on 3 pillars, Chair. And as far as consequence management is concerned, I think, again, this is one area where this has been a foreign concept within the PPRA, but Chair, really in the last 2 to 3 years, and again in my earlier remarks, is to show that we have been instigating consequence management throughout the organization. And then, Chair, the next question from our Honorable Kikahilwe, and I think I will take it together with Honorable Poole's question around consequence management to ask, what have we done? What is it that we're doing? And every time we talk about consequence management, obviously we think in that is punitive. But as far as, our irregular expenditure and irregular, there has been training that has happened with National Treasury, and this is ongoing, Chair, to address some of our areas of weakness. Another area, Chair, around consequence management, there has been representations done, by staff that have obviously transgressed, and then of course, Chair, the issue around there are staff members that are going to the disciplinary hearing, Chair, and according to our policy, that process shouldn't take more than 90 days. So consequence management is not, okay, you've transgressed, you are leaving, but obviously we need to class it. But the most important thing is to ensure that there's progress made and to take the entity into greater heights, Chair. So then the last questions from Honorable Poole, he was asking around also the consequence management, which I think I've answered, and also the duration thereof, and then also around the irregular expenditure from 2018. And I think when the CFO did his presentation, he did allude the quantum that is involved, and that the determination and assessment tests have been concluded. Some of these reports are going to board. There are some condonation reports that we had submitted to National Treasury, 2 of them, that are high in a price tag, Chair, but National Treasury has responded unfavorably, not unfavorably, they have now said we must go back to the board and to the executive authority, which is which is underway as well, Chairperson. And then she did talk about the issue of the probity review that was conducted. Once again, there were warnings that resulted as a result of and recommendation of the probity review assessment that was done. And then, Chair, also just to remind, not to remind members, but some of the staff members who are liable for some of these irregularities have left the entity. Some of them are late. So we as the organization have to decide whether do we explore, we still go after those employees who have left, Chairperson. But as far as the fruitless expenditure, which is the CFO did say totals about 3.5 million, all planned condemnations are being sent. And then again, the assessment and the determination has been concluded by the Loss and Control Committee and to be submitted to the board. So just to answer the question in one sentence, all this process, Chair, by the 31st of March, we should have concluded with now the historical irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure of the entity, Chair. I think that will bring me to the end of the questions that were posed by the members, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chairperson, are you fine? Otherwise, I move to NHFC. NHFC, Chairperson.
Chairperson, before you do.
Good afternoon, Chair. The Deputy Chair will lead. Thank you.
Before that, Honorable Itebe.
Pardon me for this. I just want to say, not only with regards to the PPRA, but for all other entities, my understanding is that in the aftermath of the amendment to the Public Audit Act, focusing in particular on the role of the AGSA, it cannot be the sole discretion of a particular organ of state whether to pursue a matter, particularly if it has prejudiced the state financially, because materiality could relate to theft, fraud, etc. So I'm just commenting on what the CE PPRA has just said, to say some of the people have since passed and others have left. If a person has passed and their conduct has led to a loss as a result of negligence, criminality, etc., my understanding is that the detail will be traversed. However, it cannot simply be upon the discretion of the entity in question to leave the matter and say, well, this person has left. It is for this reason that in some departments, matters that are as old as 10 years, etc., are still being pursued, whether at the disciplinary level, hearing level, or civil litigation, or even criminal litigation. That's the only point I'm making, Chairperson, because the role of the Portfolio Committee, like all other committees, is to intensely probe these issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Your comment, CEO, PPRA.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me address the issue around some irregularities that came up as a result of a person who is now deceased. That matter, Chairperson, the employee did go and challenge us in court, and the judge withheld the decision, right? So upon receiving of that verdict, Chair, it will come back and I will present it to the board to say, this is the verdict, And whether favorable or not favorable, we will need to also follow the steps, Chair. And for the employees that have left, Chairperson, we will go back to the drawing board to say that just because a person has left the entity does not mean that they've left with the loss to the entity, Chair. So that will also revisit it. The CFO is also here with me, so we'll ensure that that also goes back to the loss control committee before we conclude on whether the matter must be condoned or not, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NHFC.
The Deputy Chair, Chair will lead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Right.
Deputy Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the CEOs, and also chairs of the entities, honorable members. Let me just start with the issues on supply chain management and other issues that may have led to previous irregularities. Is that as the board, when we came in, one of the priority areas we had to deal with was dealing with legacy matters, which then led us to embark on forensic investigations and consequence management. So as we stand here, we've got 3 officials that are currently on suspension and also 1 resignation, to add that as well. So our actions have led to some of these the suspensions, and as a result of then us applying the consequence management that is required. So some of the processes are still underway. I'm not able to go too much into details, but one of the decisions that we've taken is that as far as possible, we would want to recover any lost funds from those individuals in their individual capacity, because we also believe that if a person leaves, it should not just end there, but we should see proper consequences so that going forward we can ensure a future NHFC that has good governance and good financial management, Chair. And then on the issue on the progress that we are making on the ground, I wanted to just comment on one of our programs, the First Home Finance, is one of the examples we have that shows that we have made great strides of delivering solutions on the ground and not just making claims, that the program has been so successful that it gets oversubscribed way above the budget and way before the financial year ends. And in addition, we are embarking on a provincial rollout plan to engage more closely as well with each province to discuss areas of collaboration for delivery on the ground, and also to solve any matters that may be challenging delivery on the ground. And I just wanted to, maybe just as a last point, to also just bring members into an understanding also of our sector, is that our delivery is also impacted by other macroeconomic factors that are beyond the NHFC's control. Example, the Middle East war that that affects oil prices, and then transport costs, interest rates, and eventually the prices of all goods and services. And this affects then the uptake of our products. So, but we are very much committed to ensure that we can deliver solutions and meet our performance targets, and also get a clean audit on the ground. Thank you, Chair. I then think I will allow the ARC Chair to come in on some of the audit questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question about you have repeat findings. What is the strategy to deal with such, and the timelines? And if we can address ourselves to that, and how are we going to make sure that we prevent repeat findings as we go forward. Deputy Chair.
All right, thank you, Chair. Can I ask ARC Chair to come in, Ms. Kumalo?
Come in, Ms. Kumalo.
All right, Chair. I think in the absence, if she's having some challenges, let me just allow Ms. Viola Mokwasi from Finance to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, members, for the questions. The first question about the insufficient evidence that was provided to the AG, which also talks to the repeat findings in the first home finance. What we have done there is that we have appointed a senior management accountant, currently on an acting position. However, we are planning to fill it on a permanent position. So that resource will be with the first home finance team every day, reviewing all the reports that are coming through, all the reconciliations that are coming through. So what we realize is that there is that lack of skill in terms of analytics and finance in the division. So we have appointed this resource to ensure that the review of the Excel spreadsheets, because our findings on the first home finance was because of that Excel spreadsheets that are so long and prone for errors. So this person will be doing that review and ensuring that there is no repeat findings. Also repeat findings relating to finance and SCM. So I just need to mention that the findings that were picked up from a finance point of view, so the material findings are still related to first home finance, but then the other findings that were not considered material, that did not affect the audit opinion, are relating to those errors that happen at the last minutes of the AFS. So to address that, we are planning to ensure that we finish preparing the financial statements early on, so that we have sufficient time to review. And we have also added an additional level of governance, a governance structure that will be reviewing the Fs to ensure that they pick up if there is any errors that they might find. Also, the financial statements will be sent to the internal auditors before we submit to the AG to ensure that they do have that level of assurance as well. So those non-material findings that were repeated in finance will be addressed by these additional governance reviews that will be happening. In SCM, there is a significant improvement, and I think even with this audit, it will pick up that there is an improvement. There have been ongoing trainings relating to SCM-related matters. We even had National Treasury coming to the NHFC to train, a full-day training to the end users and to the SCM staff to ensure that we are all aligned in terms of some of the regulations. And also there's been a lot of awareness campaigns that we're doing within the entity in terms of the SCM regulations that might be confusing to the entity. So those will be addressed by that, and we should see improvement relating to SCM-related findings. So the question on the funds that are with the first home finance partners that we had to recognize as current assets, that is the right treatment, because what it means, it says that those funds, if they are not yet transferred for the benefit of the beneficiaries, it is still the NHFC's cash. It is still the money of the NHFC, and we must recognize them in the NHFC books. And we have this came as an audit adjustment, and yes, it was approved by the board with the approval of the audited financial statements. And I have already mentioned the fact that we have appointed a senior management accountant to assist the first home finance division. And Chair, I think in terms of findings, if we can, the steps that we are taking for first home finance, if those ones that, if they are resolved, we will not have any material findings in the AFS, because the only material findings in the AFS were related to first home finance. We will not have any material findings in the annual performance report, because we would have addressed those issues, which we are giving them attention, and they will be addressed before we submit on the 31st of May to the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. CSOS, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I did not take note of the names of the members whom the questions were coming from, but I did take a note of the questions, Chair, and that with the coordination between myself and the executives will then respond to the questions, which are the question around the vacancy rate of the entity and the two other questions which are related to the financial aspects of the entity, being the VBS transaction and how we account for the interest, and also the one for the technical advisory service, which is a service provider, and the terms of reference, and whether they are not in contravention to the current CFO duties. So I'll ask my acting chief ombud and acting CFO to respond to those, Chair. And Dr. Shoka, please respond first.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Chairperson of the Board. I will deal with the question that was asked by Honorable Kihakilwe on the vacancy rate, and the CFO will deal with the other two that deals with the technical service provider as well as the VBS interest, as agreed. So on the issue of the vacancy rate, at the moment we sit at a 20% vacancy rate, and obviously this is because of the organizational redesign process that was done a couple of years ago. But I think it's very important to indicate that at the moment we are actually sitting at 58% of employee cost to the budget, and therefore we have, in line with the discussions that we have had with the Auditor General before, where the findings were made on vacancy rate, especially on senior and executive management. And I think the chairperson of the board had alluded to this, that at the moment the board its hands are full in trying to fill up the critical vacancies that were identified by the Auditor General, which is the Chief Ombud, the CFO, the Company Secretary, as well as the Adjudicator General. So those positions will be filled, and some few critical positions will also be filled. But we do not intend to fill the rest of the position because of the percentage in relation to the employee cost vis-a-vis the budget. And therefore, the board at its recent sitting took a decision that one of the things that we need to do going forward is to review the structure, especially given the fact that we do have a new mechanism in which we are dealing with our clients, which involve the CSOS Connect, which is a new digital platform, which has in a way assisted us to actually close the gap that we were going to fill with the vacancy rate. So we are going to obviously see this vacancy rate going down almost to zero as we do the review of that structure. Without further ado, I would like to end it there and give over to my CFO to deal with the two issues. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Mr. Shoka. So let me start with the VBS one, because I think it's quite simple. We're not reversing the audit finding that they made was not the reversal of the interest, however, the reversal of the impairment. So what happened is that when the investment was irregularly made to VBS, over the time we had to impair, meaning that we have to disclose in our financial statements that there are no prospects of recovering or getting that money back due to, I think the story that we all know. So we had to impair it, so that we show that the prospects as it was, they were next to zero. Now, when we got the first payment of 20 million, now we are required now to reverse that portion that we impaired, earlier, to show that, okay, now we receive the money back, then we put it back to what it was. For example, it was 80 million. Now we're sitting at 60 million, the irregular investment that we made. So we needed to disclose that. So it was not the interest that we reversed. So that's the first one. The second one, Chair, CSOS come from a history of a bad audit opinion. When I joined CSOS in 2020, before that, we even have a history of, to an extent, a disclaimer. The disclaimer is the worst of the audit opinion that an entity can actually get. And then we work through to turn that around. And in 2021, when I joined already in Feb, we had a qualification. Now, the issues that were leading to these disclaimers or this bad audit opinion were mainly technical issues. And then I also want to maybe just an extension to what the CEO of HGA was saying, that, when you have new senior managers for AG, you tend to have different opinions on the same thing. As I have indicated, that we disclosed the similar thing, the similar transaction in the prior year. Now we've been audited by a different, a company, or under a new different senior manager. When the new senior manager comes, they come with a different opinion. But that's not necessarily the reason. But I was just trying to show that. So how we turn it around was through these technical matters, of CSOS revenue, how you actually account it. To an extent, Chair, that in 2021-22, when we turned this audit opinion around, we started to have unqualified audit. We actually had to involve the National Treasury over and above the services of a service provider that we appointed, so that we can look at these technical issues on how you actually account for the certain portion of CSOS revenue. That's actually how we turned around. But we noticed that even when we went back, we regressed to the qualification. It was against the technicality that, the audit firm came about, to say, no, this is actually not how. And we're dealing with significant, or let me say material amounts with our revenue. I mean, our revenue accounts to over 90% of our total, levies account to total 90% of our total revenue, which is like in millions. I mean, you're talking about 300 to 400 million. So if one transaction goes wrong, then you are likely to be, when they extrapolate, likely to. So we looked at it and say, let's rather have, a service provider that could actually assist us in some of these technical matters. And I'm going to touch to the terms of reference, Chair, of the CFO. And then, by the way, this service provider is as and when. But the other part to this, Chair, is that as we implement, as we revise, we amend or review our accounting policies, which have a huge impact in actually how we account for these matters or these transactions. There has to be also the technicality in terms of the implication into the annual financial statement as far as GRAP is concerned. So that's one part of it. But the other part of it, Chair, as you will have noted in the 24-25 financial year, again, these are technical issues, and we want to be sure that, we at least have another eye that will also have a look into some of the disclosure requirements, that we need to, comply with as before we submit these annual financial statements to the auditors for audit review. So it's mainly on that, but like I said, it's as and when the need arises that we will actually subject or will need the services of the service provider to assist us in that. It's not going to be on your normal day-to-day, processing of transaction. That is why it was quite technical. But the other one, Chair, that it's worth mentioning, it's also, we were dealing with this huge amount of unallocated revenue that we also want to deal with. So this service provider will also assist us in implementing some of the fintech systems, to be able to identify some of these transactions that we're not able to allocate as we receive these monies. So it's a wide range, but it's on as and when, but it's mainly on those technical matters that we may have to deal with within the organization, Chair. Thank you so much. I think those were the two questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm interested in this VPS thing. Acting CFO, how much did you invest?
We had invested, there were two investment shares that we made. The first one was around 30 million, the other one was 50 million, and we received 20 million out of it so far.
So you lost 60 million.
That's correct, Chair.
Who approved the investment?
Chair, the investment was approved by the former, I think that was prior 2020, by the CFO at the time and the Chief Ombudsman at the time, who have since been, dismissed or left the CSOS.
Was the issue of PPS part of the dismissal?
Yes, that was the main reason, Chair.
Okay. Thanks very much. DG? Or DDG or CFO? Questions to the department?
Thanks, Chairperson. I think the questions to the department from Honorable Poole, I think the understanding they relates to the second presentation that we are going to do immediately after this one. Chair, may I request that we pack it and then we will deal with it when we are doing our second and third quarter presentation, if the Chair and the members allow. Let me respond to Honorable Magagula regarding the IDs that were traceable. When we did the asset register at the time before the audit, we were not using the actual ID number. So you find that sometimes that you would like put the ID number that was on the form and you'll miss the way that we captured it. We were using the forms, not necessarily the actual IDs. So what we did, we went back to do the 100% count. So when we were counting the TRUs, we were even verifying the ID numbers of the people or beneficiaries that were occupying those houses. And in most of the cases, we picked out that there were errors in actually capturing the IDs, because find that maybe you would have written a 7 and you missed it and written a 0, and then it's going to change the whole ID. And when you go on the database of the Home Affairs, you won't be able to trace it. So those were the errors that we found. And in some instances, the IDs that were captured were for the beneficiaries that had passed on, as AG was verifying. Then when we went back to check and verify, we will do the replacement, because we found that maybe the mother or the father would have passed on and there will be kids left into that TRU, and we'll make sure that we give them the forms and then we'll capture it correctly. So, Chair, just to highlight that when we went back, and I can safely say that there were no TRUs that were given to the non-South African citizens. We did 100% count, and we had on record all the people. There were not an instance whereby we would agree to give to the non-South African citizen in that regard. Chair, I think those were the questions that were put to the National Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you, honorable members, for your questions, and thank the leadership of the entities and the department for your responses. I think the reports given today do give hope that the issue of financial management is gradually improving. We'll just wait for the audit by the AGSA just to see whether the report you are giving, the commitment you are making that there will be improvements here. We just want to make sure that HDA sustain the issue of clean audit. PPRA is promising improvement. CSOS is promising improvement. NHFC also promising improvement. We're happy that NHFC, you have appointed a CFO. PPRA, you have appointed a CFO. And the chairperson of CSOS is committing that they'll be appointing the chief ombuds and CFO very soon. It means next when we meet, these positions would be filled. Of course, CSOS raised the issue of reviewing their structure. I think even NHFC will have to do the same. Last we were told that there's a structure that was discussed by the board and referred to the minister to concur. If we can follow up that process, because where I'm sitting with those vacancies indicated last time, it means the structure is top heavy. I might be wrong. But also that organization with more than 190 employees, the structure might be bloated. Of course, we note that NHFC is born out of an amalgamation of more than one entities. But generally, I think committee members are happy with the progress as reported. And if I were to use the words of the DG, that you are all knocking hard at that door, and if it need be, you kick the door to make sure that you get in audit. Maybe another thing, CFO, DDG, is that sometimes entities can meet and learn from each other so that we improve our performance. Having said that, thanks very much for the report. I think we'll get a progress report in the next 2 to 3 months to see how far we are. It is promising that as a portfolio, we can all get a clean audit. Even if we don't get clean audit, but there must be an improvement to show that we take the AG's report serious. I'm moving to the next item. And with this item, I've consulted and I suggested that we postpone the item to next week's meeting. I've consulted with members. They agree. Am I correct, members?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed. Thank you. Secretary?
Chair, does it mean that my question will stand over as well? Thank you.
Yes, like the CFO said, she has noted the question. It will be the first question to be answered when we deal with the third quarter report. You must not forget CFO of the department. Having said that, we can release you department and entities. Thanks very much for your attendance. I just want us, Secretary, to deal with the last item, which is minutes. And then we release members to be able to have lunch and attend to the sitting. But colleagues, chairpersons, and your delegation from entities, DG and your delegation from the department, you are released. Secretary, can we quickly have the minutes flighted?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I will reflect them now. Minutes of 13 March, Chairperson, last Friday.
Minutes of 13 March. Yes, let's scroll down. There's the attendance. Officials. Opening and welcome. Apologies. Adoption of agenda. Opening remarks by Chairperson. Briefing by Commission. Deliberations and responses. Responses by CGE. Input by the Department of Human Settlements. Recommendations. Closure at the meeting agenda at 11:05. Are there corrections, amendments? Honorable members? Nothing. Can I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Abada? Honorable Abada?
I move to adopt the agenda, the minutes, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Abada. Honorable Khaikile?
Chairperson, I second the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any alternative view? Nothing. Minutes of the meeting of the 13th adopted. Any other thing, Secretary?
No, Chair, that was the last agenda on our last item on our agenda, Chair, for today.
Thank you very much. Apologies once more, honorable members, for the hiccup. We started our meeting 30 minutes late because of that IT problem, but we hope moving forward, things will be fine. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Chair.
Bye.